penis.
Yeah, a pandectomy. Yeah, when you grow up, you want to be an astronaut. I love that one too because that's like John Cena. Are you smarter than a fifth grader? He asked like, "Hey, little Billy, what do you want to be when you grow up?" "Oh, Mr. Cena, I want to be an astronaut." "Oh, that's a really good. You're really aiming high, the cream of the crop, the best of the best. Well, how about what branch of government would you work for?" "It would be the executive branch, Mr. Cena." "Well done, Mr. Billy." And then, or little Billy. Then you ask the parent, it's like, what part of the government is NASA? "The space part?"
The space part.
Where's
It's no, try again. There's three branches of government. Which one of those is NASA? The one in Washington? You're like, what the hell, dude? Like, are you smarter? Like a Globey, are you like Chemo does that? Are you smarter than a flat earther?
Yeah.
Like, hey, Globey, can you just tell me what is NASA the government? And what branch is it?
Military? I'm gonna go military.
It has to be the executive branch, man. There's only three branches: judicial, legislative, and executive. It's the executive branch. Well, it's not the judicial. I don't think they're having space court.
Space court. And we used to have flat Earth court.
We could have, that'd be a good TV show, man. We can make space court.
Space court.
Yeah, here, who invented Tang? William Mitchell invented Tang. He also invented Pop Rocks, Cool Whip, and another form of instant Jello that never took off.
So basically, he invented things that are synthetic and bad for the human body.
Yeah, it wasn't NASA though. That's what I'm saying. I've done this before with a globalist. Tell me what you think NASA invented. I'll Google it, and they'll tell me who the real inventor is. And it wasn't government. No one in government has ever invented anything.
So basically, the guy that invented all this stuff, he went into DuPont and was like, "What do you have for excess chemicals? I want to make a food product."
Yeah, just start mixing shit until it's somewhat edible.
We watch the excess chemicals because then he can get them cheap, right? They're going to throw them away anyway, so then he can get them real cheap and then just mix them together.
Add some sugar, man. Add some sugar. It'll taste good.
Yeah, here, right, Wired magazine. It's a common misconception that NASA invented Tang.
There you go. Wired magazine.
The Tang, like using the astronauts, was like their marketing scheme.
Yeah.
I remember when those commercials came out. I was a kid. And you know what? Yep. That's one thing I never wanted to be. I never thought, I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. Never thought that ever.
That's the thing, too, with freeze-dried food. They were all like, freeze-dry your food. Space-age food. Just add water. And there's like, you can't have freeze-dried food in space.
Oh, yeah, the space blankets, right? The Mylar blankets. You just throw space in it. Nowadays, space is so passé. Now you have to throw quantum in it. So that's the next like super tech nerd marketing plan. You just say, these are quantum sneakers, or these are quantum cars, or quantum whatever.
Quantum car. You gotta have the quantum car, dude.
Well, isn't there a car named the Quanta?
Probably.
Did you guys count how many fallacies were in that little work page?
There was a lot. Yeah.
There
was a lot.
That's what they're teaching the kids on purpose, man.
Exactly. To be logically fallacious.
Logically fallacious.
Here's an interesting one. They got the Mylar blanket. It was supposedly invented by NASA. But you look up who invented Mylar. It's like this Nathan Weiss. So NASA said, I'll just cut it in a blanket shape. And now I invented the blanket.
Right.
It's like, no, you took a Mylar sheet that was already there and just shaped it into a size and called it a blanket. Yeah, 1950. Mylar was invented at the polyurethane template.
So I was talking about this last night. Russia's using them to suppress their heat signature so they can't be seen with infrared because Mylar reflects infrared. So if you weave it into your clothing, you won't have a heat signature. Yeah.
I need some Mylar clothing, man.
This is pretty funny. His nationality was called mostly American. What type of
mostly American? I'm mostly
I think
American.
it's a misprint.
No, that's AI, man.
Yeah. The AI.
AI spit that one out, man.
Yeah.
I smell that.
He was born in Germany and then at some point nationalized. So if it's 80 years old or whatever he was, he was American for 60 of those years, so mostly.
There you go.
Want to see what Elon Musk posted 5 hours ago? You got to see this shit. And I think he started Twitter started suppressing flat Earth. No joke. I like.
All right, am I gonna laugh?
Dude, I usually been triggered over. Yeah. So look at this. Oh yeah, you're gonna laugh, dude. This is his clownery. A straw man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look. Oh, I posted in lobby. Hold on. Yeah, this. So basically, a straw man. No one says they used CGI to fake the moon landing. Nobody said that. No one's ever said that.
Nobody's ever said that. Not even us. We're like flat earthers, man. Hey, man. Yeah, it was CGI. No, it was a film studio, bitch. Come on.
Yeah, I got under. You guys know who Napsternaut is? It's a Gem Panda goon, a chimpanzee. I showed her footage from 2001, the movie where he's running around, doing laps, and she thought that was on the ISS. I'm like, no, dude. I was like, that's a movie that was made in 1967. Okay, before, because her thing was the special effects back then. It showed King Kong, or where you could see the string, flying the ship around, or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, they don't even understand why that is so devastating to their position. They don't even understand it. It's you can't tell the difference between what's real and what's fake. That's the point. They can show you anything. And you'll be like, oh man, the Earth is beautiful. Like the people that come in, oh, haven't you ever seen the YouTube live stream? And then I go to the actual official live stream and show them it's showing something else. Right? They'll say, have you ever seen the live stream on YouTube? They can't fake it live. So then I go get the official one, and it'll always say something interrupted or whatever, showing no image. Okay, here's the NASA live one, the actual live, and here's what you're saying is live. The fact you can't tell the difference, and it just said in the caption, it says live, and based upon those words are what made you decide that the imagery was real because you read the word live. How? Your thinking is so far gone, man. You want to. That's my only explanation can come from my head. They want to believe it so bad that they have to basically have magical thinking to maintain it.
Well, there's 250 people watching, and I'll drop the link. But this is the official one. It's the one that says official. Whatever.
No, it's not official.
It's a black screen. I just want you guys to.
Oh, the HDev. Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Right now it's black screen, but yeah, there's the Space Odyssey. He's running around.
Yeah, she thought that was on the ISS.
You thought that was on the ISS.
Yeah, well, the thing I posted at 4 minutes past the hour. This was somebody in here earlier today saying that his daughter, who's a senior, got this as an assignment to do.
Oh, right, about conspiracies, huh?
Oh my goodness. I was just
This is the official one, and right now it shows a black screen.
I got to show you guys something, man, real quick. I was just kind of panning back through the, zipping back through the ISS live stream, man. I just want you guys to see this picture, man, that I got, man. It's got some weird lines in it, man, from space, okay? Very weird. I don't think I've ever seen this before. This might be a new phenomenon. I want you guys to help me with it here. Where the hell is it? Where did it go? Yeah, you guys help me with that. Make sure I'm seeing those clouds right. Everything's cool, right? Everything's cool with those clouds, right? Everything's cool.
Are you talking about chemtrails?
I'm talking about some very, very straight clouds. You guys are familiar with the straight clouds? Yeah, okay, cool, man. Hey, that's from the ISS, man. I'm keeping it on a flat Earth topic. I've never seen that from any ISS before. It's a new phenomenon, maybe. Oh, goodness gracious. Anyway, just caught that. Caught my eye. Those nice straight lines. Nazca lines. Are you guys familiar? That's Nazca lines over the ocean? Yeah, that's it. That's my new phenomenon. All right. So that's the ISS live. You guys got the link. I dropped it. And it's a black screen right now. Space Odyssey, they thought that was the ISS.
Yeah.
I would have gone with Skylab myself. I mean, they did do some stuff like that. Geez. Well, they had the shorts back then. Short shorts.
Yeah, that was hilarious because her idea was that special effects in the 1960s were bad. You know, basically like B movie type stuff where you could see the string on the spaceship. Right. You know. And I said, no. Here's a video of the movie 2001. Can you tell the difference? Is that person on a set, or do you think they're in space? And she's like, yeah, they're definitely in space. And I'm like,
that's
what?
Funny.
I was like, I thought she was like joking. I go, what do you, right. Wait, what? You know, do you think they filmed? Is this a joke where they filmed on location type thing? You know, like,
oh no.
So I said, where in space do you think they are? Oh, that's footage from the ISS. I go, how do you know that? I saw it live on the YouTube channel. You're just pretending it's not. And I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, so that I get a YouTube clip. I go, here's the movie, 2001. Yeah, there's no movie called 2001: A Space Odyssey. I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, okay, here's the MMBD. You know, and then eventually she got it and said, well, excuse me for not, knowing some abstract movie from the 1960s no one's heard of. I'm like, okay, I'm done. You got me. Like, you think no one's heard of this movie? This movie won multiple awards and reset the whole genre of like, and you think no one's heard of it?
Yeah, it's totally obscure. Nobody's ever heard of it ever.
Some random obscure movie.
Oh my god!
An iconic scene in a random.
Here's the weird thing, man, is that you give him the random obscurity of like, hey, man, you live on Earth, right? Okay, how far is the sun? I don't know. Like, they don't know the first thing about what they believe, man. That's the weird thing, man. They don't know shit, man, and it's prevalent. It's the majority.
This day and age, you have to be careful with what you believe because your ability to believe is being strewn asunder.
Yep. So the educators of the world figured out an education system that taught people not to think for for themselves. It's like, okay, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Let's create that education system. That sounds good. All right, man. Joey, get working on that, bro. I don't know what happened, man. Here, drink some Coca-Cola. I don't know. Budweiser. Could be water. I don't know. It's crazy. Anyway, T-Dub dropped yeah. Looks pretty flat there.
Speaking of Budweiser.
Yeah. Been very popular these days, I've heard. Anyway.
I don't think we should forget that bad publicity is still publicity.
That's right. That's what I mean by it's been very popular. It's getting both sides of the
Real men of genius.
Real men of genius.
And now it's women, right?
Well,
Yeah,
yes.
it would be. I know, right? It'd be so great to take the clip from that commercial and just put the Real Men of Genius song on there.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, all right.
It's nothing
These
to be a
people,
woman
man. It
anymore.
is
Anybody
marketing,
can be a
though.
woman.
It is. It's marketing
God.
on the most disgusting level that you could think of. A psyop, man. What a psyop. Puck psyop. I don't know, man. I did see some video, man.
My mother says that-
Nobody drinking Budweiser right now, man.
My
They
mom,
forgot.
yo, bro.
They've switched.
My mom calls it femme face.
There you go.
She says
And
it's just as offensive
there,
as
man.
blackface, and there's some certain friends of hers completely and utterly agree, and I'm like, oh shit. Hey, this thing, yeah, that does need to go viral though. It's just as offensive. It's messed up. They take all the worst aspects that certain women have, and they turn that into their entire personality, and then they make a caricature out of it, and it's horrible.
Yeah, it's very cartoonish, really, when you get down to it.
Yes,
It's,
Yeah,
like-
it's something.
it's hard.
it's very. You guys have seen the documentary called Idiocracy? You guys have seen that, right? You're checking. Okay.
I may have. I don't know.
Oh, you have to. It's documentary about how things can turn out if
Does it talk about slippery slopes?
it keeps going the way it's going. It looks like we actually are living in idiocracy. It really does. I mean,
Well, some folks are slope earthers,
Yeah.
you know?
we got the WWMA running for president with the WW, whatever. I mean, it's no different. I mean, it's than the wrestling, fake wrestling, right? It's no different. It's the same thing, man.
I
You
mean,
got-
wasn't Trump actually on some wrestling episodes?
yes, he was. He was like at somebody.
So the wrestling actor guy wasn't president, just like Idiocracy.
Hey, you just reminded me of a funny bumper sticker I saw on a Fiat today when I was driving. It said,
Yeah.
It didn't say Biden Harris 26 or 2020, didn't say Biden Harris 2024, didn't say Biden Harris, it didn't say any date, it just said Biden president. Just Biden president.
That's it.
Oh no!
There you go. Ah,
Oh jeez!
well,
President for life.
Biden president. Maybe that's it. They're gonna have Biden forever. They're gonna run him around like what's that movie where they drag the dead body around all over the place? What the hell was
Just
that?
get used to
We
it,
can
guys.
get-
As
let's
well.
keep him
Biden
alive.
forever and Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Weekend at Bernie's.
Dude, all I gotta do is CGI him, man. Dude, I think like 90% of what we're seeing could be deep fake. I don't know.
okay.
Could be
They should have pulled the
It's
weekend
crazy.
of Bernie's thing with Bernie.
Bernie's. That was Weekend at Bernie's. That was it.
No, that's what he said. I think he's right.
That was the name of the movie. Yeah, so yeah, they can deep fake the Weekend at Bernie's and Globe and like deep.
But they'll just keep him alive forever. They'll pull a chain. I think it was Dick Cheney that had like a robotic heart type thing with the batteries, just a pump that kept his blood flowing, so he had no pulse for a while. It was one of them anyway. They could keep these people alive forever if they want to. Turn them into a cyborg for a little bit.
Yeah,
Hey, just be a robot for a while, then we'll turn you back.
Hey, let's not forget the big equalizer and that everybody dies.
hey, that's a fact. I tried to bring that up. Nobody's ever been to space.
Spoiler alert.
Guess what? We're all going to die at some point. That's a bummer.
Yeah, spoiler alert. Nobody's been to space and everybody dies at the end of their own story.
Yeah. Could have been a book written about that a long time ago. Could have been.
I think there was. I just can't remember. What was it called?
No one gets out of it.
They took him out of school, so it's hard to remember the name of the book anymore. I think it started with a B.
Out of here alive.
Name. Nobody reads. No, I was joking. I was talking about the Bible, man.
That too, yeah. Right.
They took it out of schools.
Pretty much the same
Nobody
book.
reads it anymore.
What a crazy world we live in. All right, we got some new peeps, man. Why don't you guys chit chat with them a little bit? It's Steph. Got
You.
Steph W. What's up? What's going on? You're VC verified. Okay. That was it. And Alaric 787. There you go. What's going on? You're VC verified.
You got a mic?
Too.
Hey,
got a mic?
Hey, y'all got a mic?
Hey, you got a mic? I don't have a microphone. Okay. You got a microphone? All right, I do got to go to bed. But hey, guess what, man? I checked it out. I went outside. We're stationary, man, and water's level. I checked it out. Don't believe me? It's a weird phenomena. You can check it out yourself. Go outside. Check it out.
Good night, Flat Earth dude.
All right, guys.
You have a good one.
Good night, bros.
Much love.
Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies. And cheers.
I'll keep an eye.
Yeah, I'm about to follow in his footsteps, guys. I hope you all have a good one.
I understand that. It's early in the morning right now. I don't even know I'm awake anymore.
Well, we
Stay
had
blessed,
a pretty
Flatsy.
late
I
night.
hope all's well with you.
Thank you. It is. Great. Same to you. I hope it's all well. To all of you. Love you. Bye, guys.
Well, I reckon I'll play something so that it's not completely silent in here. Unless anybody wants to chat about stuff.
Yeah, I probably would head out here pretty quick too.
Yeah. The thing I'm about to play is something I just made like over the course of the past like 2 or 3 days. And it doesn't have me saying anything in it, but it's kind of funny. And I put some, I dropped some facts with some of the clips that we play often in here. I have Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson, a Kaku guy. And it is Photoshop because it has to be.
Robert Cinnamon.
Yeah. I just kind of I detuned one of the songs from The Matrix, like the theme song from that. So it's been altered completely, and then I overlaid it with different sound clips.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
I took my drum cup because I got mad at my mom, and then I saw him and had my friend come in, and he smokes with cigarettes.
Are we about to break the internet right now?
I want to do it because it's fun. It's fun to do bad things and drive into a car.
So did you know that you could perhaps kill somebody?
Yes, but I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. The Earth is a closed system.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
If the Earth were actually this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. The honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he's like, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach wall. You just don't. That stuff is flat. 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 And not only that, that stuff is flat.
Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simmons made this.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone.
Simmons' job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is. A composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
Up until that point, there was no realistic color map anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra. So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue, and then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap.
So some of those are printed on.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. There was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere off of the water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic.
I want to whip his behind. That's what I want to do right now. If I thought they wouldn't take me to jail, I'd whip his behind right now.
It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through, so I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
You don't think you should be punished for all of this?
Just a little bit no video games for a whole weekend.
But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it.
Yeah, there's an old expression about sometimes you can't see the forest for the trees.
That is not a problem for a remote sensing scientist. Feldman studies the Earth from space. He says it's like taking vital signs of the planet, which means working with
Scientific images that maybe show ocean color or sea surface temperature or land vegetation, or those are why we do what we do. The other images, the beautiful ones, they resonate with people because it's our home.
So the next time you're in the forest, be extra careful, okay?
And it's still in kind of a draft mode. I need to fix a couple things, but
That was really good. Yeah, I like where the whole Dr. Phil moment in there too, where the kid having no accountability for his actions. It matches the government
And he
too.
thinks that he's just gonna get like a weekend off. Yeah, like no video games for a weekend. Whatever. They don't care. I probably need to adjust some of the settings on that to get the volume right on certain things.
So, have y'all ever seen the chariot race from the movie Ben-Hur 1925?
Oh, hell yeah.
Have you ever seen how it was made? The entire thing is fake.
Yeah, I remember people talking about it, how they did it, and
Yeah, so here's a video of how it was filmed, dude. It was all miniatures, like superimposed. They just used camera tricks.
Yeah.
So that's what I posted to Elon Musk and his little, this is CGI from 1979. I sent him a reply, like, tell me what's fake in this movie. I showed him the original clip, though. Like, the idea that they can't fake the moon landing visually is stupid. Like, that idea, to me, is just absolute ignorance. And there's videos on YouTube where, they're interviewing special effects guys, and they're like, no way they could have faked this. Well, you must be some sucky special effects guys working in Hollywood. Because if you knew anything about the history of special effects in Hollywood, Wizard of Oz. That monkey's not really flying, people. Okay? The monkey.
Yeah. For Wizard of Oz, explain the flying monkeys.
Give me proof that it's fake or it's real. Pretty just amazing.
Well, y'all, I think I might head out too. I hope you guys
Peace out,
stay
man.
blessed. Watch out for zombies and have a good one, man.
Watch out for zombies. They're everywhere, man.
They are today.
I know, right?
A good one.
How's it going, Flying High?
Oh, I'm pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good. Not bad.
Oh, yeah. I just had to race out and get some stuff for dinner. Do a nice stir fry tonight.
That's
God,
what I
just-
ate, man. Teriyaki noodles, pork stir fry. That's what I ate.
Yeah, it's good, eh?
Oh, yeah.
I was just watching the video of Ben-Hur. I don't remember it being that many crashes. I was like, holy crap. So I just looked up how many horses were injured or killed during the filming of Ben-Hur.
What's amazing is that they filmed it with 42 cameras, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. And did you see how they have to power the camera? It's a hand crank.
Yeah.
The editing must have been crazy, man. Just absolutely crazy. They won the Academy Award for special effects and stuff. So, like, at that time. Like, those techniques, man, it's like they were never used again. I mean, some were. And some weren't, right? So
did they have to wind those things at a certain speed? Did it affect how fast it was filming or what was going on? If
I don't know, man.
wound it incorrectly?
I don't know. It probably had like a gearing so that it like, you know what I mean? So that it turned the film at a single rate, right? A gearing inside the camera. But I use this when people say they couldn't have faked the moon landing. So Elon Musk posts this post like says, quote, they used CGI to fake the moon landing, and then he posts CGI in 1979. So I'll just post it again so you can see it. First of all, nobody says the moon landing was CGI. Okay, that's just nonsense. But the claim that they can't do that, right? That like special effects at that time weren't good enough. They were good enough in 1925.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I think that they've had technology that we don't know about a lot longer and than what we know, and they eventually released certain things to the public, like iPhones maybe, but I believe they had that technology down a lot longer before we knew about it.
Well, there's also all sorts of camera tricks, and you also have to remember like what were they watching it on back then? They're watching it on these scanline black and white TVs that have something like 312 times 200, and like it's the equivalent of like a 312 by 200 pixel screen, right? Something like 250 scan lines or something like that, 312 scan lines. And it's like scan line interleave, so it shows every other line. So like nobody could ever determine if it was fake at the time because what they're watching is such low quality, it's low resolution. Then if you get into like the super technical details of like, okay, what was the camera capable of? And how did they show it to the nation? Right? So you're in Australia, so supposedly they have an antenna, a big parabolic dish, a microwave dish that supposedly picked up the TV signal from the moon. That signal came down at,
no way.
Now get this, 5 frames per second. Okay, 5 frames per second. That's a slideshow.
Yeah.
So then they took that, they sent that through undersea cables, the video signal, they sent that to NASA. Well, first of all, that image was shown on a phosphorus screen. And they filmed that screen with a video camera. That video camera sent the video to NASA. NASA projected that at their headquarters onto a projector screen, and then the TV studios filmed that screen with their cameras. Okay, this is the setup that they claim happened.
And
So
made a phone call from a dialing phone.
Yeah, so here's the problem. If it comes down at 5 frames a second, why is it so smooth? Why is it should be all choppy. Exactly. And if you like interpolated, right, it'll end up speeding it up, right? So if you keep adding frames, like you can do this with like Adobe Photoshop or something, or Adobe Premiere, right? You could take a 5 frame per second video, and then you can lengthen it, right? You can digitally lengthen it. So what it'll do is, so say you lengthen it to 30 frames a second, it'll add the missing frames, right? So if it's supposed to be 5 frames, then it'll add like 5 more frames per second, right? So that'll be 25 frames a second. When you play it back at normal speed, it'll look sped up, right? It'll look like it's in. Actually, no, it'll look like it's in slow motion. Hold on, I can't remember which one would it be. Add frames. Yeah, it would look like it's in slow motion. It wouldn't look like at like a regular speed, because you have 5 frames that are like representing 1 frame, so it would be like standing still. So it ended up being look like it's in slow motion.
Like a slideshow.
Yeah. But if you added extra frames to smooth it out, then it would look like it's in slow motion. It wouldn't look like at a regular speed. But they don't have any of these problems. So I've posted these before. There's actually a website called honeysucklecreek.net where they have what they say are original 45. And so now they also do not have the original. They don't have the original videotape that they taped it. They have like a duplicate tape.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Honeysuckle Creek.
So there's a section that says Apollo TV. I'll post a link in the chat. Hold on. Let me find it real quick.
Remembering Apollo 17, Harris Smith.
Apollo 11 TV. See, this is the one. Okay, I'll post a link in the chat. Apollo 11 TV. So this gets into like the camera, how they converted it, right? Like everything I just talked about.
Yeah.
So I gotta show you this because it's crazy. Where is it? Okay, so the EBA converted slow scan television stills taken by a 35 millimeter camera off the Goldstone 14-inch NTSC black and white monitor in the RCA scan converter, July 21st, 1969. So the screen that they're watching at Honeysuckle Creek in Australia, someone took pictures of it with a 35 millimeter camera, and this is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Look how bad that is. That's supposed to be the surface of the moon.
A photo of a photo of a photo.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's interesting, that information. I'll have to have a look at that. Good look at that.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. Australia was on the take too, so you guys are. So you guys aren't off the hook, man. You're in on the fraud.
We're in on it. I know, and they're giving our money to our Australian Space Agency, who's giving it to NASA. So we're all in there.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
We're I don't know what you'd call it. We're just behind America, but we copy America. in Australia. Everything comes from America. Our clothes, our TV, our ads, everything comes from America. We're just behind a little bit.
Now, anyone that looks at this last image and thinks this is not a set, like, dude, you're just like, I don't know what to tell you, man. You must be on drugs or something. If you think that this is a picture of the frickin' moon, man, you're on something. Like, sorry.
You really can't make out what the hell it is.
Well, just look at like the perspective of it, of the viewpoint, right? Just look at it.
Yeah.
It looks like a set. The lighting, the shadowing.
I think the lighting really gives it away and the highlights.
Yeah, certainly. But if you're taking a picture of a low quality television set, you can't tell positively like it was faked. If they were filming this in a studio at 4K resolution, you'd be like, that's fake. But they can get away with it then, They had no idea of what would be available now.
I knew about Parks, but I didn't know about Honeysuckle Creek. I wonder where Honeysuckle Creek is. I know where Parks is. I've been through there 100 times.
So shortly after the conclusion of the Apollo 11 moonwalk, Goldstone lead engineer Bill Wood replayed the videotape of the scan-converted television and took a sequence of 80 photographs with his 35mm film still camera. He did not regard his set of photos as being particularly unique, since a public affairs official had been taking Polaroid photos of the much better slow scan TV in a specially equipped trailer. Apparently all those photos are just missing. So is the trailer. So is everything else.
And their data and their telemetry.
Yeah. Oh, see.
Well, Honeysuckle Creek station, I've actually driven past that 100 times. It's just outside of Canberra. I've never actually even seen it or paid attention to it, but it's about 100 kilometres from 150 kilometres from where I am.
So here's the Polaroid. So here's a Polaroid off what they said, that slow scan TV in a specially designed trailer. This is one of the only Polaroids left. And it also looks like a set. So, I mean, I don't know what else is to be said. This even looks more like a set than the first one.
I don't know how anyone can actually believe they went there.
Yeah.
My wife's just laughing here in the background as well.
Yeah, it's like one of the easiest things. Like, you don't think we went to the moon? It would be impossible. I saw it would take 1 million lasers or some nonsense they always say. Like it's like one of the easiest things to prove is faked. It's easier to prove fake than like ISS or anything like that. Like, it's super easy. There's just so many things wrong with it. So one of the major things wrong with it is like you got they're jumping around, right? And you can time the jump, like how the parabolic arc that they take. It doesn't fit like lunar gravity. Because people forget that gravity is it's not like it's 1/6 gravity, so everything happens 1/6 slower. No, it's not how it works. When they say 1/6 gravity, it's 1/6 of the acceleration. So when you jump, you go up faster and you fall down slower than you would on Earth.
Yes.
But that's not the parabolic arcs that they're taking. It just looks like they're making like slowed down Earth jumps, right? So that the whole jump is just slower. But the up part should be faster, not just the falling part. The up part shouldn't be just like 1/6 faster or 1/6 slower, and then 1/6 slower going down. You should be faster going up, reach a higher peak, right? You go up further faster, and then when you fall slower. But none of I've actually seen someone plotted it out, right? Like timings of the jumps, and they plotted it on a graph versus like the plot versus like what would be on Earth, and the curves are like identical.
I think there's footage there too. After he jumps, he drops a hammer and he can't bend over to pick it up because he's attached to something.
Oh yeah, the one arm push up. The one armed, I don't even know what kind of push up that is, right? You just like you do a push up and you just land upright, like you've seen that one, right? Where he falls down and just like pops right back up, like he's a puppet on a string. Probably because he's a puppet on a string.
Yeah, and the other one is he drops something and he keeps trying to bend over and pick it up and he can't reach it. He can't get down to it, but it managed to fall.
Yeah, and then you can look at like the rooster tails of the moon buggy, the lunar rover. So those parabolic arcs, those are all wrong. Because for the same reason, right? Because the acceleration of gravity is 1/6 less. It's not just like the whole thing. But people, when they talk about your weight would be 1/6 less on the moon, that means if it weighed 100 pounds on Earth, then it would only weigh like 70 pounds on the moon. And that's what people think about. But they don't think about, the theory is that gravity is an acceleration, constant acceleration. So if I jump, the acceleration that's restricting my jump is not as great as it is on Earth. So I will shoot up faster than I went on Earth because that counteracting downward acceleration, that's like, if you subtract it from my acceleration going up, if you subtract the acceleration that should be going down, it doesn't increase as fast as it would in a normal jump, so I will shoot up faster than I normally would.
Yeah, makes sense. 100%.
Yeah. So, and then when I come down, right, because it's a 1/6 acceleration down, I'll float down slower than I normally would. It isn't going to be like I just when they do, like they're walking around, the whole motion is slowed down, just like they just simply slowed down the film, right? They just put the film in slow motion. It shouldn't look like that. But, it's easy to fool people because they want to believe that stuff, right? I think some of that was the distraction from Vietnam, to be honest.
Yep.
Because like I said, I got a good friend. He was in Vietnam. And like, I asked him about the moon stuff, and he was like, we didn't give a shit. Like, we're trying not to die, right? Like, that was like the last thing on their mind is like the moon landing.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't have even thought about it. Wouldn't have even crossed their mind.
I mean, how insulting would that be, right? They're spending all this money to go to the moon while they're getting shot to pieces. I mean, that's pretty insulting as far as I'm concerned. It's like, yeah, you guys care a lot about what's happening over here. You're freaking playing spaceman on the other side of the world while we die.
Yep, but they continue to play these games with us today, and they do the same thing where they put on events and false events to hide what's really going on, and then all of a sudden there's something else there. In Australia especially, it's always new laws. There's something going on, but in Parliament they're talking about implementing new laws and other things, and all the news is covering is this current event as such, and all of a sudden we've got something new coming out.
Oh yeah, it's always the new news of some horrific thing, right? And they always got it's never anything positive. It has to be horrific because, they have to feed a negative emotion.
Yep, causing fear and creating control.
I didn't realize Australia was so, at least your government was so fascist.
Neither did I until I left Australia. And then, I had to come back. But no, when you're here, no, you don't. You know, Americans are, most of the time, Americans are portrayed as stupid and not very smart. And, you go over there and apparently all the food's garbage and, all the beer's watered down and it's not as great as Australia. And then you go there and it's the complete opposite. I drank myself silly in some places. Here you get thrown out.
You read about the beer part.
Oh, no, it's just the whole story, from Australia. You say, it'd be awesome to go to America. And the first thing you hear is, don't go there. The food's crap. It's all fried shit. Everyone's fat. Everyone's dumb,
Depends on where you go, quite honestly.
Well, it does. It does a lot. And I realised that while I was there, 100%. And it's the same in Australia. It just depends on where you go. But the one thing with the alcohol that I will say is that Australia has a lot of alcohol restrictions, and they do a course here called Responsible Service of Alcohol. So anyone serving alcohol or anyone involved in a bar has to do this Responsible Service of Alcohol course. And I've gone out for dinner, drank a bottle of wine with my wife at dinner, been there for 2 or 3 hours, and then gone to go out to a nightclub afterwards and been turned away for being too drunk. They have to pour proper shots, so they measure the shots. You're only allowed your shot in your glass. You can't actually do shots because that's binge drinking. Whereas, when I was in the US, I had the bartender there free pouring everything, and he'd say, you're an Aussie, you can drink more, and he'd be just tipping more in. I'd crawl out of the bar.
Yeah. That also depends on where you are. Some states are worse than other states because they all have like these responsible drinking laws. I live in I live in Massachusetts, so it's like super lefty, nanny state bullshit. So this responsible drinking, if you're a bar, because I used to actually 10 bar. So if you're a bartender and you serve somebody that's drunk, right, and then they go out, if you know they're drunk, if you know they're intoxicated and you keep serving them and they go out and like kill somebody with their car, you could be held responsible for it.
Yeah, that's what happens in Australia. So even if someone gets... I ran a big security company here that looked after all the nightclubs in a town that I lived in. So I had 140 doormen working for me. And what they do here is if you get pulled over drink driving on the way home, or you have an accident, or you get into a fight, or something happens, they ask them, where's the last place you had a drink?
Oh, wow.
That then goes against the bar that gave them their last drinks. And then when they have to renew their license at the end of the year, then if they've got so many ticks against them, they've got to show cause why they should be able to renew their license. So they provide free water. Some places provide courtesy buses, but most of the time you're just cut off and kicked out.
We have, I should say, we have the same laws. They're like on the books. They're just not enforced.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing I found out, I tried to look up, I looked into the Australian legal system to compare, because it's a common law country, and I wanted to compare it to how the United States does common law. Y'all's legal system is really messed up. Your police have way too much power. Way too much, man.
Yes. Yeah.
And then, the police are like judge, jury, and executioner. What the hell is that, man? Can't they just give you a ticket and then they have a police court or something like that? It's like a summary judgment or something to that effect?
Depends what you've done. It is a bit of a mess, and especially these road traffic acts and stuff like that they bring into force, because we've got no real say on it, and they just bring new road laws and road rules in, and they are unconstitutional. But unfortunately, it doesn't work here fighting that argument. They do. They have too much power. They can pull you over at any time driving in any state. They don't need a reason. They don't need to see you do something wrong. They just pull you over and say, driver's license, registration, breathalyzer for alcohol and drug swab. And if you fail any of it, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, here, like I said, it varies by state. Some states are worse than others.
I noticed that when I was there, around LA was probably a little bit more like we were in Australia. They had speed cameras and stuff like that I seen. But when I was in Colorado, I know it's a bit of a left state, Colorado, but no one really cared about politics. They just wanted to go out hiking in the bush and go snowboarding, and it was pretty cruisy there. Never had any problems with anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, most American cities are run by like leftist governments, nanny state governments, basically, and that's where you'll find like the worst like rules and regulations. When you get out of that, right, out into like kind of like the more rural areas, it kind of lightens up. They're more laissez-faire. They're not trying to like control every single thing you do.
Yeah, even like Denver was pretty cool. I stayed right in the mall in Denver in 16th Street, I think it was. Never had any, like it was definitely a lot more relaxed than Australia there with their laws and their drinking and other things, driving. And then I spent most of my time up in the mountains at Frisco, up near Breckenridge. And that was a lot more relaxed up there.
So like some states in America, their bars never close. There is no closing time. Like in Louisiana is one I know about. Like their bars are open 24 hours a day. If you go to New York State, they're open till 4 a.m. In Massachusetts, they have to shut at 2 a.m. So it depends on like, you know, where you go, on what their like position on alcohol is.
Yeah,
because how strict they are, basically.
I was driving from Colorado through to Vegas, and then we went from Vegas to LA, and everyone was warning me about, you know, drugs and alcohol and stuff like that, driving through Utah, saying make sure that you've got absolutely nothing on
man.
you, and yeah,
fucking Mormons, man.
And then when we were driving through, man, they were pulling over like limos and anything that had a Vegas number plate or a Colorado number plate, they were getting smashed on the highway.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Because Utah's a very like very conservative in the sense of like Christian conservative, so they're very morally rigid, to put it lightly. Because it was founded by Mormons and all that, right? So I guess they're trying to. They're very strict like anti-drug laws, you know, anti-alcohol laws. I think they just passed a law against pornography. You can't even watch pornography like in Utah.
Yeah, righto. Yeah, that's everyone was warning me, because obviously I was going into all the shops in Colorado, and they said, make sure you don't take anything in your car when you go through Utah. Okay.
Yeah, the America's like becoming a mess of like, I mean, it's cool to a degree, right? Because if you don't like the laws where you live, you can just move somewhere else, right? And you don't need a passport or anything like that.
Yep.
But usually, like it's the other way, right? So the states that have like less restrictions, when you screw up, they make you more responsible. So like, say Louisiana, right? Say their bars are open 24 hours a day. I can drink as much as I want. But if I screw up while I'm drinking, like whatever law I broke, I'm gonna get 10 years. You know what I mean? Whereas in Massachusetts, if I, drank alcohol and like ran somebody over, I'd get like 3 years. You know what I mean? It's very strange like that. It kind of.
But I agree with the first. I believe that everyone should be free to do what they want to do. But if you end up hurting somebody, or you do something to someone, then you need to pay the punishment. But what tends to happen in Australia is someone does something wrong. Example, our gun laws, and then everybody is roped in and punished for what that one person has done wrong. So then no one can own a gun, or there's an accident on the highway. because a truck driver was irresponsible and did something wrong, well, then they'll put new laws in for truck drivers that affects all truck drivers. And that's what I don't like here.
Yeah. It's foolish making laws for like outlier events because those are going to happen anyway, regardless of what the law is, because they're outlier events. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like somebody that runs over, like, you know, a baby in a carriage while, you know, high on whatever. Like, those people aren't like, oh, I better not do that because it's against the law. I better not run over that baby in that. No, they don't care anyway. Like, making a law isn't going to change it.
No, that's right. But I think that here too, because we're told what to do so much, people don't think for themselves, and they definitely don't think out of the box. They don't think critically because they've got someone or a sign or something telling them what to do 24/7. And I didn't find that in America. Wherever I went, I found it again to be a lot more relaxed, a lot less rules, a lot more. You know, it's more on the people, and the people think more critically about what they're doing. It sounds silly, but, you know, if you're operating a wood chipper, you need a sticker on the back to tell you not to put your hand in it. Well, maybe you shouldn't be breathing oxygen in the first place.
If you're in Australia, say you assault somebody, what happens?
So I actually went through this myself, where I was working security at a big construction site, and two guys broke into the site, and I actually told them that I'd put the stuff back and let them go, but they wanted to fight. So anyway, one of them hit me from behind, and I turned around and pushed him, and he fell over and hit his head. And anyway, long story short, his injuries outweighed mine, so they deemed it's excessive force, and I was charged with grievous bodily harm. So basically how it works is if someone comes in to assault you, you can use a like degree of force, but at the end of the day, if their injuries outweigh yours, or they have some severe injuries that outweigh yours, then you will be charged for it.
That's fucking dumb.
And that's even in your own house.
I'm sorry, dude. That's just dumb, man.
So in your own house situation, say someone broke into your house, you're allowed to restrain them and drag them out of your private property using no more than bodily harm, which is, in Australia, bodily harm interferes with health and comfort. So if I was to pull some hairs out on your arm, that's bodily harm. So it's more or less a restraint to remove them. If they start fighting you, then you're allowed to use a like degree of force in self-defense, but not any excessive force. And then once they stop fighting and the situation's under control, you've got to go back to your restraint on how you were originally removing them. But if they get injured on your property with you removing them, you will be charged.
You know, how are you even going to do that in that moment? Well, I better punch this guy as hard as he's punching me. Like, how are you even going to tell?
Well, that's what happened to me. The guy hit me from behind because there was two of them, so I had one in front and one behind me. And they admitted this in the court case as well. And when he got hit, he fell backwards and hit his head and he fractured his skull. So at the end of the day, even though I only pushed him back, you're still charged because he had the injury. And then they have to basically prove that what you did was likely to cause the injury and that you had intent to cause that injury. So, you know, I pushed him back using a reactionary gap technique to keep him away from me, which isn't likely to cause that injury. But once you get into the court system, it's very corrupted. And
I'm aware of that. That's no matter where you go.
Yeah, and that was the most corrupt thing I've ever been through. That really opened my eyes to what really goes on because I had to go to trial. I was on bail for 3 years, and I was at trial for 5 days, and obviously not guilty. But man, some of the things that happened just opened my eyes.
Yeah, they do some. Oh man, I don't want to get into like I've gone to like court and I've just observed, and it's just. It's a criminal enterprise. That's all I can say. It's a criminal enterprise. There's no other way. Like, they need to be on trial. Like I think like the wrong people, like you know how they got to the prosecutor side and defendant side. People need to switch sides.
Well, I had a Queen's counsel here, and I had a barrister and a criminal lawyer. And they'd come back after lunch and say to me, "Oh, we just had lunch with the prosecution and the judge. It's not looking real good at the moment." And I'm like, "What the hell are you doing having lunch with the prosecution talking about me?"
They trade people like playing cards, man.
Yeah, they do. Yes.
Yeah, it's really disgusting. Like I don't even want to get into it. Like I literally watched a judge prosecute cases for the prosecutor.
Yes.
And
that happened in my case because I think there was some stuff going on in the background where the people who charged me were paying money to people because, I called an ambulance that night. The ambulance attended. The guy sat on the stretcher. They refused treatment and they ran off down the street, these two guys. And when the ambulance came to court, the ambulance said that they never found anybody. They never stopped. They drove around the block, found no patient and left. That is an absolute straight out lie. He was sitting on their stretcher.
Why would they do that? Huh.
There was a bit of stuff going on there was stuff going on in the background that they were paying people and doing things to try and make sure.
Someone have it out for you? You make an enemy or something?
Yeah, well, they did. The guy that I had the altercation with that broke in, his family were very influential and high up in the area.
Yeah.
And it started with someone I knew actually ringing me up saying, "Hey, someone's just paid me to come around and sort you out." So that stuff had been going on, but everyone knew me as well. So that stuff had been going on from the start. So I can only put it down to that, Why would they come and lie on the stand like that and say that they were never there?
They have no, it's no. I mean, the only thing I could think of is like if they had him there, they weren't supposed to let him leave if he had a head injury, right? And they were worried about getting in trouble for that or something.
No, they can't make him stay. And with what I was charged with anyway, it doesn't matter whether medical assistance is available or not. So that's regardless. But part of my statement was that we did the right thing. We called the ambulance, we called the police, we did all the right things. And it was just trying to be made out that those things didn't occur.
So when you do those things, right, it gives doubt to like whether you had a criminal intent. You know what I mean? So you have to prove your intent, right? So they don't want those types of things in evidence that like you called the ambulance to try and help them out and, all that stuff. Because if you had a criminal intent, right, you wouldn't do that. You would just be like, I'm trying to hurt you, basically, so you can sit there and die.
And I was in more shock than anyone because it wasn't like what I was even expecting to occur that night or anything like that. It just ended up how it did, and yeah.
In America, you're allowed to use as much force as is necessary to repel the attack, but not more.
Yeah,
so whatever amount of force that is, but there's also some leeway, right? It doesn't have to be the exact amount of same force. It's like whatever it is to make you not like be in fear of like imminent bodily harm.
Yeah, so they have a use of force continuum here that we used to teach for all our guards, which was sort of, first you've got your officer presence, and then you've got your verbal communication, and then, it goes into restraints, and then it sort of steps up from there. So you can almost one-up them, you know what I mean? If they pull out a baton, or you can pull out a baton, but, if that baton is likely to cause you death, well then, you can pull out your dog or you can pull out your gun. But you have to prove that that intent was there and that there was the real risk that you were going to receive that injury. But generally, they just you're charged. Like there's not much leadway. Whoever's appeared to have won the fight, or whatever the case may be, they'll be the ones that are charged.
Yeah, that's the way they do it the same way here, right? You might have a legal justification for it, but they'll just charge you anyway. The way they pretty much do it in America is they just overcharge you with a bunch of crimes and try to get you to plead guilty. That's the way they do it here. Whether they win or lose, they don't like. So we always have like these qualifying extra charges that kind of go on it, which is like really weird. So drugs, for instance, I'll use this as an example. If you're caught with drugs, they have distribution of Class A narcotic. Well, they also have was it within a school zone? Oh, we'll charge you. Oh, you were caught selling it to somebody, so now it's a conspiracy to violate drug laws. So they'll charge you 5 crimes off of 1 crime, and then they'll go we'll drop the other 4 charges if you plead guilty to this one. Right, so they get all these guilty pleas. So, they play these games to get guilty pleas.
And that's what they tried to do to me. When I first got arrested, I didn't speak. I just said I wanted to speak to my lawyer. But then all the way in the car, they were trying to get me fired up. And I knew these guys. I'd worked with these guys, and they're saying, "Oh, you've got 4 kids in a 3-bedroom house. You're a bit of a scumbag, aren't you? Oh, look, there's a McDonald's here. You'll be able to feed your kids." Just stuff like that to try and get me fired up so then they could justify more charges.
So what's the process from arrest, right? So you go to jail, and then you go to court, you get arraigned. Do you get arraigned by a judge or a magistrate, or?
In that scenario, no. It wasn't serious enough, I don't believe. So what they did was I went to what they call here the watch house. I think they call it jail over there, which is just temporary. You can only stay there for a few days here, and otherwise they'll send you to a prison. So I went to the watch house. They fingerprint you. They take your photos. They swab you and get your DNA. Then I basically got locked in a cell till they did all my paperwork. Did my bail papers, I signed it all, and then they kicked me out. I was probably in there for about 6 hours, and then I went and seen a lawyer, and then I had my first court appearance, and then it sort of goes on from there.
Was that in front of a judge or a magistrate?
Yeah, or magistrate. Your first appearance is in front of a magistrate, and that was all to do with bail and the charges and all that stuff. They used to, here in Queensland, you used to have to go to a magistrate first, and all the evidence would be presented to the magistrate, and then they would decide whether there was enough evidence to send it to trial. But they don't do that anymore because there was a case where it didn't happen, and now I think it's called the Minahan case.
Yeah.
So they no longer have that preliminary trial anymore. You basically just go straight to trial. And if you want that, you have to request it on certain grounds.
So, they've done this in America, too. It's a little trick they've pulled to there's something called in America, it's called a show cause hearing. So that means that they have to, you cannot be held without a warrant, right? You can't be arrested or held without a warrant. And to get a warrant, you need a witness to the crime that says there was a crime. This is the person that did it, right? This is the hurdle they have to overcome to get you charged with a crime. So you can be charged, right? So there's a bunch of steps. The first step is there a reasonable suspicion this person committed the crime? Yes, they can arrest you. But within 48 hours, right, they have to show cause on why they're holding you, right? They can't just make shit up. They have to show cause. And they're supposed to have a show cause hearing where they bring in a witness that says, yes, this is the guy that did it. Then they can charge you with a crime, proceed to trial. In America, they get everybody to waive that process. So basically, which is kind of like the same thing you went through. You didn't get that so-called show cause hearing, which is like a pre-trial to decide whether there should be a trial. You didn't get that. Right.
No.
It's like now in modern days they skip that step, but that step used to be in the common law of England going back 500 years. That was a necessary step that had to happen, and now they just pretend that they don't have to do it anymore.
Yeah. See, I don't know about there, but here the law is not the law. The new law is whatever the judge rules on. So if the judge sets a precedent on something.
Yeah.
Then regardless of what the law says, it's the precedent that's followed.
I mean, we do the same thing here, but it's hard to describe. This is it
is a little bit.
So do you have the writ of habeas corpus there?
The what? Sorry.
It's called the writ of habeas corpus. Do you have that available? You've never even heard of it. Jesus Christ, man. Okay, you guys are screwed. So a writ of habeas corpus is like it means to show the body or provide the body. So any prisoner that's being held can go to a court with a writ of habeas corpus, and whoever the jailer is, whoever's holding them, has to show on the record of their legal justification for holding that person. This goes back to like the Magna Carta, okay, which is pretty old. See, I think like you guys have some weird laws because Australia started as a prison colony. So it didn't start like under the common law of England. It started under like prison rules and regulations, and then those just became the laws or whatever. So like it's kind of like it's called administrative justice.
Yeah, they did adopt a lot of those English laws, and I've done a little bit of looking into this, and we weren't states back then. We were what did they call us back then? I can't remember. But anyway, regardless of that, our constitution was illegally changed back in the day, and they did that when they made the Commonwealth of Australia, and then the colonies become states, and then so on and so forth. So from my understanding, everyone that's sitting in our parliaments and our judges are all sitting illegally anyway.
No doubt. Back then. I don't doubt it. Like I've actually seen some stuff on this way back, like on Australia. I think it was by Aborigines. They basically, it was something I read. It was probably back in like 2010 area time frame, where basically Australia is in a legal state. It shouldn't exist because there was like some charter or something way back in the day, and that like to make the Commonwealth of Australia, they had to like violate that charter illegally.
Yeah, so, they did. To change our constitution, they have to hold a referendum, and they got voted against. And then it was Bob Hawke, a prime minister, and Gough Whitlam, who were the two that changed it. I know that, but there was no referendum. The people voted against the referendum, but then nothing seemed to have been done. I don't know enough about it, but that's along the lines.
Yeah, but the common law of England is like. It's like the law from which all the other laws are decided. So like you have the statutes that the government passes, but like how do you judge like what the law is? You have to have like a standard, and the common law is like the legal standard from which all those things are judged. And the common law is just like, it means the customs of men since time immemorial. So it's simple things like those who fucking, if you make a promise, you have to keep it, like simple shit like that. Right? If you don't object on a timely basis, you lose the objection. Like these are common law rules that you like apply to like trials and things like that. So like if someone has you imprisoned, they have to justify it, right? If you have in order to challenge your imprisonment, you file this thing called a writ of habeas corpus. It's a common law writ that goes back to, like I said, the Magna Carta, and they have to show, like your jailers have to go, okay, this is our legal authority. A judge signed a warrant to hold this person, right? Because there was probable cause that they committed this crime. Okay, and what's the record of that say? Okay, they have a witness that says blah 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 blah. So the court will review the record of the court that is holding you to make sure that they did everything right. Right? That's the purpose of the writ. That's how you challenge your detention. I don't know what the equivalent is in Australia. But that's the reason you have the show cause hearing, right? Because if anyone at a later time challenges your detention, and then that court that reviews that looks, and then there's nothing there, right? There's just a bunch of lawyers talking, because lawyers talking or cops talking, if they're not witnesses to the crime, then it's just hearsay, right? It's just they're not witnesses to the crime. You don't have any evidence, right?
Well,
so like. Yeah, so like
Buzz is saying in the chat's correct. We were under the English common law, and there are people in Australia now who are denying all these other acts and statutes, and they're trying to operate under common law. So I know people who have deregistered their vehicles. They've done all sorts of things, and they're fighting it. When they get pulled over, they're sort of stating the common laws and saying they have the right to travel in their private property. There seem to be a few getting away with it, but it seems to be a big struggle at the same time.
Yeah, of course.
And
They're not going to
based
give up
off
their.
contract
They're not
law.
going to. They're not going to roll over. It's not like because they're, as far as I'm concerned, they're criminals, and like they're not going to just roll over because you complain. You have to know. You have to know your shit in order to challenge these people. They control the system. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yes,
you're fighting the system from within the system. Like, that's very difficult. You really have to know your stuff because they know all the tricks. And they know how to make it look like, you're in the wrong one way or another if you screw up.
See, I seen a guy. The other thing too is in our Australian law, it all contains the word person or persons. Now,
Yeah,
a person
the
in the law
person.
dictionary is a dead entity or a corporation. So they're dealing with your fictional character, your dead entity, or you as a corporation. So what people have been doing is going to court and using the prosecutors against them and saying to the prosecutor, am I a living, breathing man under God or woman? And if the prosecutor obviously doesn't answer, well, then obviously you are. And, you ask him 3 times, and of course he's got to say, yes, you're a living, breathing man. And then they're asking then, can you please show me how this law can be used on myself because I am not a person, I'm a dead entity. You've confirmed that I'm a living, breathing man or woman. And they're getting these cases chucked out that way, apparently. So I've heard.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to see that, I'm aware of the straw man argument. I don't, this straw man legal fiction thing. That might work for some things, but it's not going to work. If you kill somebody, it's not going to work for that. They don't care what the fuck
because
your
then
name
that
is.
falls back under the common law. This is more for driving offences and
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so the distinction is called mala prohibita versus mala in se. So mala in se is something that is bad, intrinsically bad within itself, like murder, rape, robbery, assault. But mala prohibita is something that's against the law because by restriction, right? So they passed a law to make it bad, but it's not intrinsically bad. So like smoking weed, there's nothing intrinsically bad about smoking weed. But the government says smoking weed is bad, so they've made it bad by prohibition. Those laws, right, are the straw man laws that you may or may not have success. I'm not going to make a claim in one way or another of whether, put it this way, no one has the magic formula for that of whether, because it's like a criminal enterprise. Like, you'll go before one judge and you'll have success. You'll go before another judge in another jurisdiction and frickin' you won't. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not going to make a uniform statement like, oh, you make this argument, you're just going to walk free. Like, no. But I'm just saying, those are the type of laws, those prohibition laws are the laws which you can make this legal fiction argument, right? The dead person argument. It's not going to work against crimes with actual injured parties, right? With people that took an actual, like a beating or were killed or whatever. And they might work for violations of drug laws or traffic laws, or like, I didn't mow my grass, or like you put a sign in your yard and you weren't supposed to. Yeah, those types of deals.
Yeah.
So we have some of the same problems, because I tried to look at like what are the similarities and like what are the differences, and like I remember seeing something about the police have way more power than like they had, like as far as like on the judicial side, about like being able to hold you and keep you incarcerated and like and give like what I would call administrative justice. And administrative justice is like Kiwi was saying, Kiwi Buzz, is admiralty law. It's like the justice that you would get if you're on a ship, right? You're not going to get the common law of England. You're not going to get a jury trial. You're going to get like the law of the sea, right? And the purpose of that is like the good order of the ship. That's the most important thing. They're not concerned about your rights or anybody else's rights. It's like, we're all on this ship. We're all trying to stay alive. I'm the captain. I have to maintain good order so that this venture prevails. And that's the priority. And that goes above all other things. Your rights, what's right for you, or justice, all those things, that's all out the back door. And like if you look at like the American Revolution, that was one of the reasons why it happened, is because they were English citizens in America, and when they came here, they thought the common law of England was what they were familiar with, is the law that was going to be applied to them, but they applied the Admiralty law to them, and in Admiralty law, you're presumed guilty. Okay, so
in
think about
Australia,
it. Yeah.
in Australia, our main laws are statute laws, which are made by Parliament.
Yeah.
And you've got delegated laws that are made by government, and then common laws are obviously by the courts. So, but our main law is that statute law that's made by Parliament.
Yeah, but the courts interpret what the law is, right?
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
then,
that's the same here, right? So when the courts interpret a statute law, they interpret it through the lens of the common law, if that makes sense to you. They apply the common law, like there's rules of statutory interpretation, right? And those rules are based upon the common law. So like when they go, okay, because they use legalese when they write these statute laws, right? So like they use the word may or the word must, or like there's certain rules, like when you say this law is against a particular group, that's the way to interpret that is it excludes every other group, right? So if I say women must, curtsy every time they walk down the street or something, that by specifying women, the interpretation means it excludes everybody else. So these are like interpretations of the statute laws, but all these are like viewed through the common law. But when they're viewed through the Admiralty law, the rules of evidence, all those things, like, so it's not like beyond a reasonable doubt, it's preponderance of the evidence. It's, you're assumed, it's something called summary judgment. So if someone makes a complaint against you, you basically, it's all assumed to be correct, and they are just going to administer justice. They're not going to actually like have a trial in the sense of you're innocent until proven guilty, jury of your peers. They might go through the motion and have an Admiralty trial with a jury, but it's not exactly the same. It's a little bit different.
Yes,
it's different as far as in the sense of I'm trying to think of like something analogous, a specific thing. So in Massachusetts, they like if you to get evicted, right? If a landlord wants to evict you from their apartment, they can, for non-payment of rent. All they have to do is go to court and say this person didn't pay their rent. They don't have to prove it. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to present any evidence. Nothing. So when you go to court to defend yourself, right? This is done under this administrative justice law. So when you go to court to defend yourself, you have to prove that you paid the rent, right? The landlord does not have any burden of proof. It's just you. You have a burden of proof that you satisfied the rent and that he should not evict you. Now, the thing about using this particular administrative law is that at any time, like to stop the eviction, that you can pay your rent, like at any time, right? You can just say, okay, I showed up with the money, drop the whole thing, and it's over. And they can't evict you after that. But that's the point, is like, there's no burden, like they don't have, the plaintiff side doesn't have to prove anything, right? The prosecution doesn't have to prove anything. They only have to go in and make the claim, which is
I think here they have to have some proof. So I believe here that you actually have to have evidence to satisfy the court that there's not a trialable issue, that it's actually, they've satisfied that this person is guilty. So an example, our council does it here. If they send you your rates notice, we get a rates notice that pays for your water and rubbish and all that sort of stuff. If you don't pay your rates, then they will send that to court, and the court will make a summary judgment that you didn't pay. And then
exactly, summary judgment. That's what I'm talking about. All they have to do is make the claim. Hey, he didn't pay. That's enough. Just his claim that you didn't pay. Well, it's hard to prove a negative anyway, right? So
yes, but in that situation, they would have to provide the courts here with some sort of paperwork showing that. I believe. Yeah. Something they couldn't. Yeah. But that could be a different situation too. maybe it's a bad example.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, it's like that particular legal process is under admiralty law. That's how the admiralty process works. The common law is man versus man, right? So it's just like man says this other man did X, Y, Z. He injured me, right? He caused an offense to me. He injured me. Then you have to prove the offense. Then you have to prove the injury, right? And then it's trial by jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Right, guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's how the common law works. Whereas the admiralty law, the burden of proof is lower, the amount of evidence required is lower, the legal process is like streamlined, right? So you don't get like it's like justice light, right? It's just like the light version of justice. So So you get distortions of justice, obviously. That's a diplomatic way of putting it, right?
Yeah.
So traffic court, that's how traffic court is, right? So you just go into traffic court. Oh, you got a speeding ticket, right? And like
well, here we get a ticket that you have to basically pay unless you protest that ticket. And then if you protest the ticket, which I'm in the process of doing one at the moment, then yes, then you go to traffic court and you have to stand before the judge, and you also have to give evidence. So like what happened to me, I was in a 100-kilometre-an-hour zone on a highway, and they had some roadworks that no one was working. It was just a couple of cones set up on the side of the road around a pothole, and they put a 40 sign in the long grass that you couldn't see.
Yeah.
And the police pulled me over and got me doing 100 in a 40-kilometre zone. So now I'm going to court because for me, I think that's close to $2,500 fine, 6 months without a license, and another further 6 points off your license. So
$2,500 for speeding.
Yeah. So then I will take those photos of that sign that's laying in the bush to court and say, listen, I was within the speed limit. I was doing 100. There was no one working. You couldn't see the cones where I was, and this sign is laying in the long grass, and here's a photo of it at that time. So then it's up to the judge what he wants to do with it.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by administrative justice. The judge is just going to decide like what he feels like, and that's like it's not going to be based upon like rules of evidence and like all these things. You're going to go in, you're going to say your piece, your experience. The cops will go and say their piece, their experience. Then the judge will basically make a equitable decision on what he thinks is the right thing to do. But it's not the same as like a murder trial, right?
No.
So a murder trial is like witnesses, are they competent? Were they actually there? Like all the legal protections you get in a murder trial. Different processes don't get those protections. But those are the ones that are the most annoying and actually probably cause people to murder someone in the first place. Right? Dealing with those little petty fucking tyrants in traffic court.
Yep. No, just overall on a whole, everything seemed a lot like back to the start. Like we thought we were free, and I thought I was free in Australia until I left and I went elsewhere. And then, I went to the US, I went to America, I've been a few other places, but it really made me realize how restricted we really were and the laws, and it was just completely different. It was a big eye opener, and I really enjoyed it. I didn't want to come back. I hadn't felt that sort of relaxed in a long time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I couldn't believe like the way Australia reacted to the germ, right? Like we're talking about a super like what was like the total number of people that even like contracted it in Australia? It was pretty freaking low. And like y'all went crazy, like off the hook. We want mandatory vaccines and like all this crazy stuff. Like the one that really offended me was those kids that were quarantined because if they were near somebody else that was tested positive, and then they like escaped from like the quarantine camp. It was like a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old, and they like hunted them down with like helicopters and like police cars and like. Are you kidding me? A 12-year-old and a 17-year-old? That's absurd.
The other thing they did here in Sydney and in Melbourne was, I think it was more in Sydney though, they They went to these poorer neighborhoods where the big government housing buildings were, and they just stationed police there and fully locked them down. And these people couldn't get food in or out. They couldn't get medication in or out. They just completely locked them in.
Dude. Yeah.
It was full on. And the thing was that my family didn't abide by any of their stuff. We had to sign in everywhere you went. Everywhere you went, you had a QR code to scan, and it shows you that you were logged into that place. And then when you left, you had to say that you logged out. And then if anyone got sick in that area or in that place, then the government makes you go on quarantine off that app. So there was that. Obviously, masks and stuff everywhere.
What if you don't want a cell phone? Like, literally, if they tried to make me do that, I would literally just throw my cell phone away.
In the first instance, they were allowing you to sign in manually on paper and trying to make you do it. But then some places actually started refusing that, and yes, you had to have the cell phone or you weren't allowed in.
Oh, man.
So there's a lot of places I didn't go. There's a lot of places where they would say, hey, get back here. You have to sign in and you have to do this. And I'd say, no, sorry, I don't. It's an invasion of privacy. And I'd just keep on walking. But like everyone hated you. The shops hated you. People around you hated you because you're the only one walking around without a mask or signing in or doing whatever. And yeah, people got real upset about it all because we're a very small minority that didn't follow the rubbish.
Yeah, I didn't wear a mask. I was out listen, I'm like the type of person that, like, if there's a hurricane, I'll go out in that shit when no one's around.
Yeah, me too.
Because I live in a city, like telling me there's nobody around. That's like, yes, it's like, I'm sick of like bumping into people. So I was everywhere. It was very strange. Just like the only people I saw were like homeless people everywhere. They were like the amount of homeless people. Like I can't even give it a number, man. It like went up by like 400 times, and that's almost like not an exaggeration, man.
Yeah, here they gave them all housing during that period.
Wow. Not here.
But you know what happened here was everything had to close for months. It was a long time that stuff closed for, but you know, the hardware store on the corner had to close, but then the massive big Bunnings hardware store, which would be like a big Walmart, but just a full hardware, stays opened. You know, McDonald's stays open, but the cafeteria down the road has to close. They just shut down every small business and left big business going.
Yeah, the same thing here, man. The exact same thing. Remember, it was impossible to get a coffee after like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, man. It used to be so aggravating.
But I was very lucky because I was moving to the US. I'd paid a deposit on a business in Colorado, and I'd organised my kids' schooling. I'd done bank accounts. I'd done absolutely everything, business plans, everything for like immigration. And we sold everything up in Queensland where we lived. And I went down to Victoria with suitcases for our last visa interviews. And then obviously everything went bad. And I got stuck in Australia because the embassy closed. So I lost everything trying to get there.
Wow, man. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's horrible.
But at the same time, it was probably a good thing because you can't borrow money to do this. You have to pay everything up in cash. And it's a lot of money. And I was going to spend basically every cent I had to get across to America, to buy a business, to buy a house, to do all this stuff. And I would have been purely relying on the business that I was buying to actually make me money, and I would have had to close it.
Yeah. Well, I guess it was a blessing in disguise, right?
Yeah, in that sense it was, yeah. It was close. We were a month earlier. It was so close. Like It was just we were waiting for stuff to sell here to get the funds together to complete the deal, and it was only that some of that dragged on that it ended up that way. Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, but if you would have came here, you would have ended up going out of business. Is that what you're saying? Because
I definitely wouldn't have been. I definitely wouldn't have been able to pay rent in the shop. I definitely wouldn't have been able to buy food or other things because everything was going into purchasing the business and the house and everything that we needed to move there.
Yeah.
But it was quite a.
And this was during the pandemic. Or
No,
right
it was before. So we had decided before all this to move there, and then we were working on that right up until that point, and then our last thing was to go to Victoria to do our visa interviews at the American Embassy, and we got to Victoria, and then they started talking about it, and then it got worse, and then next thing, our visa interviews cancelled and the embassy's shut.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like even if you would have bought a business in the United States, you probably would have, because all the businesses here, most of them shut down unless you're opening like a restaurant that was doing takeout. You probably would have went under.
No, I was doing it was like my wife was buying it. Actually, it was more for her, but like a clothing store, a higher end clothing store up in the mountains there in Main Street.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't have worked out. Sorry.
No, it would have been over. Yeah. And then part of your visa process is you have to employ Americans full time. Well, we wouldn't have been able to do that either because we were relying on the shop, we were really putting it on the line to get over there.
Well, I mean, they gave out these things called PPP loans. So they were like loans to small businesses that,
but we weren't entitled because we weren't American citizens, and that was the problem.
It didn't stop anybody else.
Oh, really?
Well, it was like people in Russia collecting them, getting their checks sent to Russia.
Because you guys have a business loan process. I forget the name of it, but
these were like government loans. If you had a business, there's a flat earther that got it. He wrote a book, and because he had a book, he started like a limited liability publishing company, right? And then got something like $300,000 because he had a company. They were throwing money everywhere. You can't even it's hard to comprehend how much money they were just chucking everywhere. Because so you have unemployment. So if you were self-employed, what do you do, right? Because people that are unemployment are employees. But so if you're self-employed, you're not an employee. So they created this unemployment exception for self-employed people. So everybody and their brother was applying even if you I babysat for someone once last year or something. I'm self-employed. Give me $500 a week, and that's what they were doing.
Yeah, righto. I might have been right. But coming over there, Australia wouldn't lend me the money to go over to America to purchase a business or do any of that because I'm leaving the country. And then America won't lend you any money to buy a house or do anything because you're not an American citizen. So everything's sort of cash. And then the other big problem is that, my $1 Australian at that time was buying 68 cents American. So I was losing almost half in the exchange.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah. That's and the price of everything went up too. So the only price of stuff that went down, I think, is if you're trying to get a hotel room, that became cheap.
Well, you couldn't get one here. You weren't allowed to get one. The only time you could get a hotel room is if they locked you in there for quarantine.
Yeah. So, man, it was crazy. You could. There's probably a 0.01% chance you could have made it work, but
the worst guy out of everyone in every state here was the Premier of Victoria, which his name is Dan Andrews, and they gave him the nickname Dictator Dan. And my brother-in-law ended up dressing up like him and doing YouTube videos like him, and they were absolutely spot on. But he was in he owned a real estate agency that was in a group of real estates, and their head office made him pull all the videos down.
Oh, come on.
He was great. It was absolutely spot on.
Dude, this censorship thing is getting out of control. I've just about had it. But I mean, it's already existed, I guess.
Yeah, I've always owned my own businesses, so I just sort of put up what I want. But yeah, he definitely restricted there because he bought a franchise. So the head franchisees just said, "Hey, you can't be posting this sort of stuff."
Shit, I want to move to America at this point. You might want to move to Russia. That might be all right.
I've actually thought about that.
I've been thinking about it a lot. It's on my mind all the time.
I've just been scanning the world going, right, where can I go? Where can I sell up here and retire somewhere else where I don't have to have too much money? Where can I get out of all this garbage? But everywhere is very hard to immigrate to or move to full time. It's none of them are a real easy process.
There's some stuff that's going on in Russia that's pretty good. Like they're giving away, like, I think there's parts, because Russia's huge, right? So they're giving away like farmland and stuff. Like if you promise to, like, you know, farm this like for 9 years, they basically give it to you for free or something. Plus GMOs are banned there, so they're against the law. That's one good thing.
Yeah, I got a mate that was living in Russia, and he absolutely loved it. When all this stuff's going on, he goes, "Man, Russia's great."
Yeah, man. I actually seen a thing from a Ukrainian woman that you know, she basically had a choice. You know, I can flee, you know, east or west. Which way do I want to flee? So she fled. You know, she didn't want to flee to the west, right? No, like she speaks Russian and Ukrainian, so she decided, I'm going to go to Russia. Russia, she's a single mother. Russia set her up, man. They gave her like $7,000 to buy an apartment. They gave her fucking a mortgage. They basically hooked her up, right? Because like their emphasis is on the family. So if you have children or kids or anything like that, you're a married couple, they do everything to incentivize, you know, your success. So the fact that she had a children, they basically did everything for her. She said that, like, in Ukraine, she was poor and living with her mother, and in Russia, now she's on her own. She's, like, she didn't even have a driver's license. Like, that's what the level she was at. So she's taking classes and getting a driver's license, and, like, they working around the fact that she has a kid, which, like, just watching this video is like, wow, dude, you made out. Like, good for you. I like to see people do good, man. Like, especially, you know, in screwed situations.
Man, I just feel like you can't get ahead here where we are. You know, the taxes are absolutely crazy.
Well, the West is disintegrating. I mean, what else is there to say? We've been living on borrowed time. We've all been saying it for 30 years. Like, we're on borrowed time. When the piper is now here, he wants payment. Like,
yeah. Look, my wife looks after all my accounting side of things, but I believe, you know, we pay our 25 or 30% business tax. Then we're paying, you know, individually, people are paying, you know, 30% tax. You go and buy any food or groceries, it's 10% on that, on your tax. Your fuel's got about 80% tax. Your cigarettes here now are like $50 a packet. They're like nearly, I don't know, 100% tax. By the time you do your life and purchase your stuff, you know, who knows, you're probably getting 10% of your actual own money and the rest of it's going back in taxes.
Yeah, I know, man. And what are you getting for it? That's the thing.
Nothing. You go back to work to try and do it all over again next week.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your taxes are paying for cops to force you to pay your taxes. Like,
yeah, and
where are my taxes going? Yeah. It's paying for those cops to force you to pay those taxes, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I'm paying my jailer, right? I'm working to pay my jailer. Like, what the hell? What's going on here? Yeah, it's I mean, taxes here. I live in what they call Taxachusetts, so taxes are they're actually not as bad as they were in the 80s, but everything here is taxed. I mean, you can't get out of it, like, no matter what you do. Like, we got sales tax, income tax. Good luck trying to get a car on the road, man. Just to get a car on the road, that's like fucking $2,000 right off the rip.
Oh yeah, same here. Then on top, if it's over a certain amount, you got to pay a luxury car tax as well.
Oh yeah, they got that too, man. Like I said, I'm in Massachusetts, man. They got like inventive ways to have fees and taxes and you name it.
And that's what I'm looking at now. I'm selling some property where I am, and I'm selling my business. I'm getting out, but then I'm up for 50% capital gains tax. So whatever my overall profit is, they want to take 50% of it.
50%?
Yeah, 50%. If it's not your primary residence.
What?
Yeah.
That's not right, man. Dude, your country is sorry, man. It's shit.
Yeah, I'm going through it all right now because I'm going.
So, how do you have
do this.
capitalism if you have a capital gains tax, which stops capitalism?
They give you a discount.
High, man.
You don't pay, or you get a discount if it's your primary residence. But then if it's not your primary residence or it's an investment, then they hit you with that 50% capital gains tax.
Yeah, but why that high?
Well, that's things you can write off. So if you had expenses, you can write off expenses, which lowers the overall gain. So that lowers obviously what you're paying. But, if you were to sell something that, you bought for 500 grand and then you got $1 million for it now, you could be up for as much as 250,000 capital gain.
Well, I mean, I understand it to a degree, right? So if you have a high capital gains tax, then you don't have people like speculating and like rolling over property, right? So say I buy an investment property, I throw $2,000 into it, I raise the selling price like $50,000. Now, like I made $45,000, but I really didn't add any value to anything, right? And I made a bunch of money. If you tax that type of behavior, then people won't do that type of behavior, right? So they won't be doing like these speculative investments. Like people will invest if it actually adds a significant amount of value. But I think 50% is too high, man. It's just too high. I think it's like 23% in the United States, maybe 21.
Yep.
50 is ridiculous. That's half, man. Like, why do you get half?
I don't know.
But the rationale for having low capital gains tax in America is so that people invest in stuff, right? That's the idea of capitalism, right? So if I make more money, I'll invest it as opposed to putting it in some other thing.
See, what they do though is they encourage you to keep on investing in ongoing concerns. So with my business, right, I can sell my business and I have a capital gain there, but I have so many years to purchase another business, which has to be an ongoing business, and then that wipes out that capital gain. But eventually I want to sell this business. So when I sell it, I get a capital gain anyway. So you're just sort of kicking the can down the road.
Yeah. They call it unrealized gains here. Like you have realized capital gains and unrealized capital gains. So if I say I had like investment in one property and I sell it, but I don't, like before the tax year is over, I invest it in something else, I have an unrealized capital gain. So it's like you get penalized for cashing out of the system. That's the best analogy. Yes. I want to cash out and take the cash. Oh, you're going to have a huge ass penalty. They're trying to prohibit that. So you keep your money in their Ponzi scheme.
Yes, exactly.
That's literally a Ponzi scheme. Right? So Bernie Madoff, right? So he had a Ponzi scheme. New investors pay the old investors. Right? And like the reason he went under is because too many people tried to take their money out of the Ponzi scheme. Right? They tried to realize their gains because he was promising people, 300%, 30% gains per year. And like they'd have it on paper, right? Here's your 30% gain. But people weren't like cashing out of it. So they never realized the gains. And like he had enough of a pool where people that did cash out, if it was a slow enough rate, he could pay them off and he maintained this fraud for like 30 years, right? So, but eventually enough people started cashing out, and then the system collapsed. So it seems like this capital gains tax is like a penalty to keep people from cashing out of the system, so the system don't collapse. Because what if everybody just like sold their investments, right, and withdrew all their money out of the system and didn't roll it back in? The government would get their 50%, but that's the end of the ride.
Well, the stock market had collapsed. Well, the whole money system would collapse. There's not enough money in circulation to pay out everybody that's owed on these investments and on the stock market.
Yeah, and that's the problem. There's not enough chairs for when the music stops. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here, but I'm sure we are the test for whatever's coming, and we will be up there with among the first to see what's going to occur.
Yeah, keep us updated so I can know what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the solution to all this is to just like go gray market, man, and try to do stuff off the book or whatever. I mean, that's like the only real solution.
Well, now they're bringing in new laws here as well, where you can't spend any more than $10,000 cash. It's illegal to have any more than $10,000 cash on you. I just got a notification from my bank yesterday stating that they're going to transfer no more than $20,000 between accounts per day as well. I can't just say I want to drop $100,000 into an account. I can only do $20,000 a day. There's daily withdrawals, that all sorts of stuff that's coming in.
The other problem with government is that there's no competition. That's really the problem.
Well, and what we have here is we have a two-party system, and we have a lot of smaller, minor parties, but they don't have the money or the ability to take on the major parties because they don't have the funding and all that stuff. So what ends up happening is that these minor parties make deals with the major parties and say, oh, if you do this for us, then, we'll give our votes to you. So then when you go and vote for a minor party thinking you're getting rid of the big guys, the votes are being passed on to someone they've made a deal with.
Yeah, it works the same way here. I mean, we technically have two parties, but we just call it the uniparty because they're just two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, exactly. Same here.
It's very... That's why neither one of them liked Donald Trump, because Donald Trump was like the Democratic Party has like the people that bribe them that they take the government money and give to, and then the Republicans have their favorite group of corporations and corporate interests that they give the money to. And Donald Trump had like his own agenda of corporate interests that was neither one of the other two, and they didn't want that, right? Because he was going to like change the whole thing. Right, so the Republicans like giving money to like military contractors and like all that stuff, and the Democrats like giving their money to like the states and welfare and like all these other things. It really NGOs, like these non-governmental agencies. So we have like a lot of nonprofits in the United States. So what the Democrats like to do is they create like a big government fund that some nonprofit can come in. You start a nonprofit, and the government will give them a grant to do whatever, like stop drug abuse or something. None of these programs have ever worked. They never will work because it's a grift. But Donald Trump was going to come in and like, instead of giving the money to like these, special interests, he had his own special interests that he wanted to give the money to, and they didn't like that, so they teamed up against him. He thought that he was just going to come in and like ruin their party. Like, no, you're not.
Yeah, the same things happen here, but we got the Liberal Party, and the Liberal Party is more for business. They give the business a bit more relief and lower taxes and things like that. And then we've got the Labor Party, who are supposed to be more for the workers, and they try and increase wages and increase workers' rights and things like that.
Yeah, we got the same thing. It's the same dichotomy. It's like
But that
Go ahead.
Labor Party over here is our left-wing sort of party.
Yeah, sounds the same. So the Democratic Party used to represent like labor and unions and all that stuff. Not so much anymore. Now they're kind of weird. But like they want to increase taxes, right? But what they end up doing with the money they'll say we need to increase taxes to help the poor and like this, that, and the other thing, right? Start these benefits. So they'll start something like Obamacare. That's one. But all Obamacare was basically guaranteed payouts to the insurance companies. You see what I'm saying? On the surface, it looks like they're helping the poor, but in the background, they're helping a particular corporate interest. And the Republicans do the same thing. Oh, we're going to cut taxes because government's too big. Well, they just shift stuff around, right? They play shell games with the money. And like, yeah, we're cutting taxes for these rich corporations, but the money that was going to, like, say, entitlement programs, we're actually going to give them tax breaks, right? Or we're going to what they like doing is doing what's called a tax credit, right? So like if you do something like, we'll say a tax credit would be like for electric cars, right? So Elon Musk, this is how he started basically Tesla, right? The government basically subsidized all the cars he sold because the government said, if you buy an electric car, we're going to give you a tax credit. But where does that tax credit go? That shit goes to whoever's selling an electric car, right? Because that's what you have to use a tax credit for. So this is like the games they play in Washington to enrich their campaign contributors. But on TV, they get to say all sorts of propaganda and nonsense that has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's the same thing there. I don't know how bad the corporate part is there, but here, like, Washington, D.C. is just like, it's a corporate trough, right? So it's basically where corporations, like all the money comes in from the people and it goes into Washington, D.C., and it's where the corporations divvy up the money from the people. And the only conflict there in reality is like which corporate interest is going to get which slice of the pie and for how long. Yeah,
I think I have an idea on how to combat that. It's something somebody pointed out on the radio many years ago. It's Michael Berry on the Michael Berry Show. He's pointing out that if we simply get rid of this automatic deduction of taxes with people's paychecks, if we get rid of that and make the employers hand out in cash by hand to their employees, hand them their wage in cash, and then make them subtract by hand the correct number of dollars and cents and pay their taxes with, separating the cash and then pay their taxes that way. I think if we just forced everyone to do that, then we'd have a lot less waste in this country. We'd have a lot less problems.
Well, that's one thing I'll say about Australia is that our cash system basically finished probably 10 years ago, realistically. There's not many people that hold cash in Australia at all. I haven't had cash for, I don't know how long, I couldn't remember. We just go and tap our credit card. Cash is a thing of the past, and they're getting rid of a lot of ATMs. They're getting rid of a lot of bank branches. Some branches have just got ATMs where you can deposit and take certain sums of money. But then there's a girl standing there where, if you want to take any more, you've got to go make a booking to go and see a bigger branch. But yeah, when I went to America, everything was cash. I wasn't prepared for that. I freaked out because everyone wants a tip. Everyone, you need cash. But here, no.
Yeah, the homeless people here are screwed because nobody carries cash anymore. It's pretty sad, as a matter of fact. Because they're like begging for change in dollars, and like I tell them, like, I don't have any cash on me. Just fucking.
Well, what I witnessed over there, like where I was, like I had to have cash, and I've seen so many people paying in cash in comparison to Australia. I don't see anyone here paying with cash. It's just every single and it's been like that for probably 10 years nearly.
That's weird, man. It's not weird. It's predictable, but they don't want you to have cash, man.
No, and I'm in that trap because I have a business. Everything goes on the credit card. The credit card just gets paid at the end of the month. It's whatever. But yeah, I don't have cash.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the minority in that sense. Like I still use cash like 90% of the time for most things.
Where are you located?
I'm in the United States, in Oregon.
Yeah, okay. I don't know how you couldn't. Everyone wants a tip. Everywhere I went, I was giving everyone a tip. That's another thing. No one gets tipped in Australia. So yeah, that was something different.
But seriously though, it seems like what I said a minute ago, it seems like really a big, major piece of the root of the problem of, governments just taking people's tax dollars and just squandering them, like if they just didn't have that automatic tax deduction, system, and you just had to do it manually yourself and actually pay attention to how much you're spending, state and federal taxes, like that's like things would just change fucking overnight, dude. But it's just
as well as sticking to the cash and using the cash and paying everything in cash and not aiding their agenda, then yes, things would change. But how are you going to talk enough people into doing this? This has been the problem here for the last few years. There's so few people that want to do anything about it. They just live their life. They go on. Everything's great until it's not great.
It's just that when it's done automatically, it's out of sight, out of mind. So like, the can't fog a mirror masses, or as a term Q uses, like those kinds of people that are just, the really stupid masses of people out there. Like as long as that automatic, tax deduction system is in place, like from their point of view, like they're so stupid, it's just as if they're not being taxed at all. Even when you bring it up to them, even when you talk about it to them, they'll look at you and talk to you like they weren't even taxed any money at all, just because they didn't have to manually do it themselves. It's out of sight, out of mind in a way that is effective and detrimental for those of us that have a brain and want to hold on to our money a little more.
But I'll be back over there shortly. I'm going to go traveling again, I think, next year, hopefully. So I really want to go back to Hawaii. I want to go do some snowboarding back in Colorado and in Canada. So I'll be back over there sometime. Anything else happen interesting in here today? I'm out, guys. I'm going to make some food. If anyone can hear me, catch us later.
Howdy. Did flying just take off?
Yeehaw! How you doing, everybody?
Oh yeah, Gin in the house. Let's go.
How's everybody doing? Haha. Did anybody
Awesome,
find
man,
that
awesome.
curvature? Did
Nah, man.
anybody
Just enjoying
find
the
that?
sun.
No?
No, I'm just enjoying the sun. No curvature yet. I can't see
Okay,
it.
brilliant. Well, glad to hear you doing that. I've just come back from a 2 hour, 40-minute workout. It was sunny, then it became overcast, then it became sunny, so it was nice. It was nice to see the changing colour of the sky with the clouds and everything else. Running and cycling. This has been a 6-day, 15-mile-a-day workout. Usually 2 hours. I extended it today a little bit. Yeah,
Great,
6
man.
days in
Great.
a row. Been doing that. Yeah. You know, just because it's been what's known as Golden Week. So the family didn't go on any. We didn't go on any trips this time round. My children wanted to go and see their friends, and they had other things they wanted to do. So I dedicated the time to my health continuation. I always do that. So I just continued. It was good. Fantastic. No curvature to be found, though. What's the word? No detection of the Earth's spin either. Yeah. So, you know, quite fantastic. I'm glad to hear you've had an awesome day yourself. That's good. Anybody else? Any other flat earther here want to report in as to their condition and what's happened? I'll take it not. Okay. Yes, it's been excellent. Been excellent. 6 days. Yes, looking at my graph, my graph looks really nice. Pure ups. Yeah. Because you know on your iPhone you have your kind of like health monitor, don't you? You know? Yeah, you can keep a check on your daily movements, right? And yeah, it's all looking good. Solid attack in May from the beginning there, solid. Yeah. So I enjoy that. But we also had a family reunion. My children's cousin came back from Canada, first time in 23 years. Yeah. Not getting any feedback from anyone, so I'm not sure if I'm talking to myself here.
Sorry, mate. I was listening. Well, how did that go?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. If people are listening, that's cool. I understand now, right. Oh, yeah, well, it went like this. So my sister-in-law comes in with her husband. Last time I saw them was 3 years ago at the funeral of my father-in-law. My wife's dad died, cancer. So it was the last time I saw them. So it was a 3-year reunion there, and then a 23-year reunion with the daughter, because the daughter's in Canada studying. She wants to be a nurse now. Okay, so she comes back. We had a little family reunion, and I kind of like started the conversation where I left it off 3 years ago, and I asked her husband, "Did you look into the heliocentric model and trying to prove that? Do you remember? I said to you that the Earth isn't this ball thing." And I asked you to look into it. Did you look into it? He said, "No, I didn't." I goes, "Okay, let's carry on from there. Are you able to prove your globe? Right? Are you able to prove this globe that you believe in?" And then he sat there for, about 30 seconds and says, "No, I can't." Then I showed him a flat earth t-shirt. He goes, "That's the UN map." I said, "That's correct. Now, if this is the UN map, and you notice it's not a globe, is it? It's quite flatly laid out there, yeah. This is what we're saying it possibly looks like. Yeah, this makes more sense than the globe that they give us. The flight routes work well on this than they do on the globe." Is what I said to him. Okay, and everywhere I've been, I haven't experienced the curvature. Okay, so the daughter chimes in. Why is it important, the shape and all this and that? Well, and then the sister-in-law says, yeah, why is it important? You know, because I don't care. I said, okay, so you don't care that you all work hard, you earn your good money, you pay the taxes from your good money, and the taxes go to the education system, education authorities, and then through the government, and then they give us bad information, fake news, misleading information. Is that good with the hard-earned money you give that they're giving the children, that kind of education? Oh, I care about that. Okay, good. So if you care about that, be careful what you say from now on, because there's going to be a lot of this shocking revelation that's going to shock you, and you might blurt out something that you, because of the instant anger, and then you'll have to retract that. That's what I said. So, you know, let's carry on. So you understand now that it's wrong for the education system to give us this information. Okay. So if we can prove it, then that's a good thing, isn't it? Yes. And then my niece-in-law says, you sound like my dad. I said, oh, do I? So did your dad give you good advice? Yes. Did he look after you when you were a little girl? Yeah, growing up, and make sure you were safe? Oh, so your dad is a good man, isn't he? So if I sound like your dad, that means I'm a good person, yeah? Okay. And your dad would be happy that we're having this conversation, trying to learn something, yeah? Okay, good. I'm glad I sound like your dad then. Fantastic. Because, you know, sometimes they say that to try and shut you up. Don't they? You sound like my dad, you know? Have you had that expression where you're trying to say something and they use a certain phrase to try and quieten you down or slow you down or stop you? Have you ever experienced that? Anyone? I mean, it's dead quiet in here. No one's chiming in. No response to that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the others. I think they're sleeping or something.
Okay, well, they're all in there. I mean, if they're going to sleep, if they're going to sleep,
yeah.
Don't be in the server. Don't be in here if you're sleeping.
Yeah, I don't know what they are. They haven't been talking.
But if you're not sleeping, but you're
I'm
doing
listening
something,
to you,
then fair enough.
Yeah.
They might be
I
doing
get
something and they're listening. Fair enough. But okay, so that's what happened anyway. You know, I tried to lay down the foundation that we're going to have to be honest. We're going to need some integrity. We're going to need some honor. Okay. So I said to the guy's name's Randy. I said, Randy, did you actually? He's from China. I said, do you understand what I'm saying now? Can you prove this globe? He says, no, I can't. How do you know all this? I said, because I care, I look into it. Of course, that's why, you see. I care. When you don't care, you don't look. That means you remain firmly in a fantasy world that the governments of the world have given us to live in. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I was talking to someone else. Just to
hot mic in there. Sorry, yeah,
I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem. So I was just saying to him that, you know, when you look into something, it shows you're interested. You want to find something out. That's the problem. You never looked, so that's why you're asking me the question. How do I know all this? I know all this because I looked. I looked into it. You see, right? So then I showed because his daughter, my niece-in-law. So that's my brother-in-law I'm talking to, my niece-in-law. I said, now you came by plane, didn't you? Yeah, did you see the curvature of the Earth? She says, no, I didn't notice anything, no. Oh, okay, that's cool. I said, did the plane follow a curved trajectory? Did it follow the curve? No. Was it level, the plane flight? Yeah, it was level, yeah. Don't you think that's strange? If we're living on a ball, shouldn't the plane follow the curvature of the ball? And then her mother chimes in, my sister-in-law. Now, that's because the Earth is so big. I said, no. It doesn't matter how big the Earth is. As big as the Earth can be, it does have curvature that must be followed. That's God's law. That's not man's law. That's God's law. That's natural law. There is no way you're going to be level on a ball because there is no level line there. There is no horizontal on a ball. It's curving. So you must follow that. That's law. No human being can go against that or you will be in trouble. So she had to agree with that. I said, okay, so now let me show you this meme. You all know the meme. An aeroplane traveling at 600 miles an hour has to nose down 2 miles every 2 minutes in order to keep with the curvature of the Earth, basically. So I showed them that meme. They're looking at it, and I know they're instantly thinking that's the real image of the Earth right there with the aeroplane. I said, by the way, you see that image? That's not the real image of Earth. That's a CGI image. You know what CGI means, Randy? Do you know? No, niece? Okay. It's computer generated. I said to her, computer generated image. That's what that is. That's not a photograph of Earth. Do you know that NASA doesn't have one of those? And then my sister-in-law and my brother-in-law told me, yeah, but they went to the moon. I said, how do you know this? Because NASA has told us they don't have a photograph. And let me show you the man who makes the image. Boom, 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 boom. Robert Simon, there he is. That's the man who makes this image, all these CGI images. He uses computers. He doesn't use any photographs. That's the man. They don't have, he says, and you know what he actually says? He says he hasn't been to space. So he creates the images and he imagines what it is you might think it looks like. It's what you think it would look like is what he's creating. So he's a mind reader on top of that. So he creates the images as we would imagine it to be. How would he know what we all imagine? Wow, there's a powerful man, some serious telepathy going on there. So I said to them, you see, so he doesn't even know how this Earth ball looks like. NASA doesn't have any photographs. So this image of the plane following the curvature, which you said you didn't follow, that's a CGI image on that meme there, okay? And then I went from that to the cluster group of Earth, CGI Earths with the different dates. Come on, NASA, make your mind up, meme. Put that in their face. Now, this is the CGI images over the years. Look at that. And Randy was on that for like 2-3 minutes. And then after that, he said, I noticed all the continents are different sizes. I said, isn't that strange? If it's coming from the satellite, shouldn't it be the same size all the time? Ah, right. And by the way, how do you know satellites are up there? You see, this was a conversation. All the while, my wife is trying to shut it down. My mother-in-law is trying to shut it down. You always talk about this, blah, blah, blah. I said, because it is something you must understand. When you say you don't care, that means you don't care about the fruits, the nuts, the berries, the vegetables, the air you breathe, the wind that God created for us to have on this earth. You don't care about that. You're taking that for granted. You just give up. Yeah? Is that the way? And you women are the closest to nature we can have because everybody is born from the woman. But you don't even know that worth. You don't grasp that value. You're downtrodden, devalued people at the moment. You've given up. That's what I said to them. Family reunion. Family reunion after 23 years and 3 years. Strike while the iron is hot is what I always say. Yes, it's nice to have a family reunion, yes. But I'm highlighting the fact that we had some interesting conversations, but you didn't care. And for the last 23 years, you were a baby, so you wouldn't have known. But you too there, 3 years, you didn't care for 3 years. 3 more years. So you're living a life of not caring about where you live. What kind of life are you living?
Yeah.
Is
it the first time you? Is it the first time you speak to them after the?
No, this is the family reunion. So this is the third time, if you will. Third time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And each time has it gotten progressively better when you spoke to them about that subject?
That's a great question. What it is I'm highlighting the fact that they don't care. That's all. It only gets better when they start to come back to you and say, yeah, you know, I looked into it and man, I'm thinking you're right. Or the information you're giving me is correct because they didn't, but they're not even looking into it. So I'm highlighting the fact that they're living a life of not caring. And that's what the government wants you to do. That's what I'm highlighting, you see, because they clearly don't care. I said, my intention is to bring to you a situation that the governments have told us from our childhood. And because nobody is caring, not only you here, but other people don't care, this is why the lie is continuing.
Yeah.
Oh, and then my sister-in-law says, yeah, but if you know so much, you should go on TV. I said, you know what? We've been on TV, actually. Now that you said it, you didn't care, so you didn't know that. But we've been on TV recently over the last 8 years. We have been on TV. We have hit them with the facts. And you know what they did? They ridiculed and insulted us more so than accept that they didn't have any proof. Because you can't prove it. Randy couldn't prove it. Your daughter can't prove it. My wife can't prove it. I can't prove the globe. So they couldn't prove it either. And they tried to say they had science. Everything they said was against science and natural law, actually. So yes, we've been on TV, and then you should go to the colleges, universities. You know what I have? I've spoken to the professor of science and physics in Tokyo University. on Skype, and then she laughed. Skype, I said, but it was a conference call. They called me, remember? The students who I brought to their attention that the Earth was not a globe, they said, that's not true. And then they started looking. And then I was introduced to a professor, what's his name now? Not Masahiro, Kiro Yoshi, something like this. A Professor Kiro Yoshi, okay, from Tokyo. And I asked him, can you, this is a Skype call, can you prove to your students that the Earth is a globe? And he said he couldn't. Instantly before I even finished, he'd already replied. I said, you see that, students? You can't prove it. Your professor is telling you you can't prove it. So I asked him, why do you teach this stuff you cannot prove? Silence. I tried to get him on this 24/7, by the way. I did try to get him here. And each time he was going to come, something came up. That's why he couldn't come on the server. He finally did come on the server, by the way. But he didn't speak. He just listened. Didn't say anything. He actually did He didn't listen. He didn't say anything. He just listened. But he did come on this server, without a doubt. Maybe 3 years ago. 3 to 4 years ago, in that gap, he was definitely here on this server. Okay, this professor. But anyway, but when he was here, I wasn't here, unfortunately. But I was informed by the others who were here. Right? So that he spoke, but I wasn't here to hear him speaking. I've been here when he was on this server, but he never spoke. He just listened. So at the times he did speak, unfortunately, of course, I'm working. So he was able to be on the server speaking. He speaks good English, so he would have been able to converse quite well. But of course,
try to invite him again, maybe, if you can.
Go ahead.
No, I said try to invite him again if you can.
Yes, I will do. Yeah, he's currently got cancer, right? And so he's working through that. I said to him, don't do the chemotherapy, but he's doing that. He's had his treatments. So he's just doing what he's doing. He's retiring soon from the university now. Going to be looking for working online, which he's setting up. But yeah, so I said to my sister-in-law, so we've not only have I conversed with people in Tokyo, now they talk flat earth there because of me. Because of me, they're talking flat earth now. Okay, they're looking into it. They're not teaching it, but it's a discussion that they're having in their canteens, tea breaks. And then they've come back to me on Skype saying, Jin Sensei, you are great, because they've realized the Earth isn't a ball. They used their mathematics, their geometry. They brought every measure of calculus, whatever they had to bear, and they realized it's not a globe. And they're calling me great now, great Sensei. I said, yeah, thank you. Remember, these are going to prestigious university they went to, yeah? And then they were taught that a black man from Africa, living in London now, living in Japan, has woken them up, their professors. What was their knowledge? They learnt quickly. They're calling me a great Sensei. So that's cool, isn't it? Yeah. So I said to my sister-in-law, you see, so I've done some good things that you didn't even know about. So what I'm highlighting is that because you don't care, this is why the education system is messed up, because nobody's learning, because everybody's sleepwalking. And then when we try to engage to bring the truth, you don't care, you see, because you don't think it's important. You would rather do your shopping and live in a fantasy world. I don't do Disney. Disney's not real. Yeah. Remember, it's the gift of life. And because you don't know the value of your worth, you don't know your own value. That's why you don't care. There you go. Good luck anyway. That's what I said. Because at the end of the day, I'm a realist, and you got to keep it real. Family or not, got to keep it real. So when the family shows disregard for life to the point where they're going to go and get vaccine and all this nonsense, then good luck. But I must remain real to the truth. That's all. I don't care if the family members, I lose them one after the other. It doesn't bother me at all, really, at the end of the day. Because I'm not wrong. And I don't want to pretend. Once you know the Earth is the way it is and it's messed up, you can't pretend to be living, can you? To do that is contradictory to the gift of life. So I can't pretend. I just cannot do that. Totally, completely, utterly refuse to pretend that everything's A-OK.
Yeah.
So my dedication of my time now is obviously to my health, to my family to a certain degree, and then to the children growing up in the neighborhood that I live in around, waking them up to the flat earth, taking the globe out into the park with the flat earth Gleason's map and the aeroplanes and a basketball, just to get a little project going. And then we got the kids and some adults, and we get them engaged in trying to prove the globe. And you know, there's a meme that we all have in the flat earth community. You know, the meme with the leveled horizon and the curved horizon, and it says, what you see and what you believe. That is such an impact meme. I drop that on their faces every time. You know, so there's no denying what I'm telling them to go and check. So once you've checked it for yourself, then you know. And once you know, no teacher, no professor, no scientist, no cosmologist, no astronomer, no physicist, no astrophysicist, scientist can come and tell you anything different. They can never tell you, because they can never prove it. Yeah, that's why it's important that you must know. Not just listen to what I tell you and you can see what I'm showing you. You then must go and prove it to yourself. When you've done that, you're like a helium balloon. You're flying above everybody else because you know things they don't know yet. And then it is your duty, because they learn about moral education here. It's called Dodoku. Dodoku. Moral education. We didn't have that at school. We had moral education blended in with all the subjects. But in Japan, it's a special subject. So I said, so in your Dodoku, it teaches you that you mustn't lie, and it teaches you to take responsibility for your actions. So when you've learned something that you know is important, then you know you must tell everybody so that everybody knows. Otherwise, you are failing as a human being to not pass that message on. Do you understand that, children? Do you understand? Okay, Jin Sensei gave it to you, didn't he? Okay, did I do a good thing? No. Did I do a bad thing? Okay, thank you. There you go, you know. So they're learning. That's what we've got to do. We've got to teach the youngsters. Remember, they're teaching the youngsters, the students, the kids, the heliocentric model at an early age. So the sooner they realize that information is bunk, it's rubbish, the sooner they're going to know that they've got to be careful and question all the stuff that the teachers tell them. What's the evidence for this, sir? Do you have any documents, citations for this Pearl Harbor thing? Because I understand that Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt knew that they were coming. Now you're telling us that the Japanese attacked, you know, but you're not telling us why they attacked. And it turns out that America let them attack. That's not good. You know, this is what we're supposed to do. Teach them. Teach the youngsters. So that's what we do. So yeah, it was a fantastic family reunion. Because we've highlighted the fact they're living their lives not caring. That is contradiction. So whose life are you living? I asked them. You don't care. So whose life is it then? Is it the government life, the fantasy world they give you? So you're living that life. So I put it to you, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are in the live stream, YouTube live stream, I put it to you, the integrity of your situation. If you're following the heliocentric model, that means you're not living your life, you're living the life that the government's giving you. Okay? That's the integrity of your life. And as was said back in the day from Bruce Lee and that, a cup's usefulness is dependent on its emptiness. I say again, a cup's usefulness is dependent on its emptiness. By that I mean the cup you have may be full of toxic rubbish information. So my clean, healthy tea from my teapot that I'm trying to give you can't get in because you've got a toxic cup of crap going on there. So you might need to empty that out, clean it out, bleach it, clean it all out. And then you can partake the information from my teapot, and then you may learn, yeah? A cup's usefulness is dependent on its emptiness. Once you've filled up your cup of tea and you're drinking, you might also want to attain the excellence and integrity of a blade of grass. Yeah? You know, a blade of grass, when you look at it, full of integrity and excellence. Try to attain that. And then once you've attained that, try to be like water. Water, you know water? Water is essence. It can wear out a stone drop by drop by drop. It can flow and crash and mash you up on the rocks, or it can purify you and clean you up. So try to be like water. Okay? This is Gin CBR1 shutting down just for a few minutes. Hope you enjoyed that. Thank you very much. Yeah!
Thanks, Gin.
How you doing, guys?
That's awesome, man. Thanks for that.
Yeah. There you go.
Man, you out there flat smacking. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. You know, I'm not doing it every day, but when I get into that mood, I think, yeah, this is the day I'm going to do this, yeah. Set it up, boom, boom, boom. And then I go to various parks. I've got my little bike trailer. Okay, so I bung everything in there. Yeah, and I put up, yeah. So they see this guy, you know, they've seen this guy, me, the last 3 years in the winter wearing the same summer clothing. And why did I do that? Well, I'm trying to show you that there is no boogie thing that's going to come and get you from around the corner and kill you. Plus, I'm sacrificing myself on your behalf to show you that I'm not even going to catch a cold in this winter time. Whereas you're looking like the Michelin Man, you know, a walking duvet.
Vad är pista där? Han pissar på kablarna.
Say that again?
Ja.
Oh, sorry, you're talking something else here. So I was the guy that was wearing the summer clothing, doing all my exercises and that, you know. People think I'm mad, okay? But now they're learning from this same guy that the earth is not a ball. Man, and then they're going to be thinking, what am I doing with my life? What's happening? How is it that this man is amongst our midst?
They're going to be thinking, look at this madman out in the cold shivering and, oh my God, look how mad he is now. He's trying to tell us the earth's flat.
That's right, yeah, that's correct. But I wasn't shivering, that's the first thing. Of course, your body temperature does decrease as you do your exercises, as you move through. Yes, everything becomes numb, but that's not, I like that. That's giving my immune system a workout. That's what I'm doing now. The immune system has to now fire up. It knows this feeling because it's had it for many, many, many years in Britain. Motorcycling through all the winters, dropping the temperatures to the point where you can karate chop a brick with your numbed hands and not feel pain. Yeah, right. So the body isn't used to this thing. So I'm just doing what I used to do years ago. What's it called? Muscle memory and stuff like that. That's what I'm doing, really. I'm living within my means. So I know exactly what's going on. So I'm not really putting the body through anything it hasn't been through before, is what I'm saying. So whilst they're thinking, wow, this guy's mad, look at him. And they do say, aren't you cold? I said, not currently, no, my body temperature is up currently. But I am getting colder, yes. No problem, though. When I get home, the home is going to be warm. I'm going to rinse down. And then I've got a hot water bottle ready because the body gets cold to the bone. The bones are cold, man. Now, that's cold, okay? But when you get back now, everything's numb. So when you bend your hand, it's slow. It's not fast twitch. It's very slow tortoise twitch. That's how it is. You get that numbed up. But it's nice. It's a nice feeling, ladies and gentlemen. The immune system now has to work. Your body has to work now. It's now alive. You now know you're alive. Because you're now, the body's like slowed right down. Nice. All the muscles, fibers. Yeah. So as you warm up, it's great. And then you put your clothes back on, hot water bottle, a hot ramen soup. Now you're bringing your body back up. It's such a wonderful feeling. Yeah. Did that. I've done that for years. And why did I do that? Because those lying scumbags said that we black people are more susceptible to this boogie than anybody else. And I thought, you lying cunts, I haven't been sick in 42 years. Haven't had a cold or anything. Nothing. So you're lying and I'm going to prove it. Yeah. But I also proved it to the children and to the adults and everyone else that I didn't catch the cold. Did you? Yeah. So when did you catch the cold last? Exactly. Why did you go and get that thing then? Didn't do any research, did you? Right. There you go. So there, yeah. 3 years straight through. Summer clothing. Shorts. No trousers. Shorts. T-shirt. Lycra. Yeah. Cycling to the shops. Bike trailer, getting my food.
That's a thought. That's a thought. Gin in Lycra.
Yeah. I'm the man who can. Because I do. Because I will.
That's great.
Yeah. Champion stuff, man. Champion. Yeah, man. I'm the man. I can download one picture for you for the 24/7. Gin in Lycra on a workout. There you go. Hang on. Let me see if I've got an image here. Someone took it of me. Last month, doing my workout routine, I was getting a round of applause from the people in the park. They witnessed a workout they'd never seen in their lives. From a man in his 60s. Yes. Yes. They clapped me. And I said, thank you. I was minding my own business. But they clapped me, yeah? I didn't say anything to them. I didn't engage with them. I was just doing my routine that I do to maintain my health. They ended up clapping. All right. So I'm obviously having some kind of impact on them. Obviously. Yeah. The integrity of the workout. That's what it's all about, yeah? The integrity of the workout was displayed. This man is doing it right. Yes, I certainly am. Nothing like maintaining good health. It means you can enjoy life more, basically. You know, you can really enjoy the canoeing or the fishing or the abseiling, yeah? Or the jet skiing or the snowboarding or the camping. The fitter you are, the more you can extract. Tree trekking. Yeah, lovely that is. So, yeah. And then you avoid the junk where you can. I do eat some junk food. I'm not 100% pure, but that's probably like 5% junk goes in. Not much. And then the occasional. I mean, for example, my niece-in-law and sister-in-law returned from Canada now, and they brought all the stuff you get at the souvenirs, all these snacks from Canada and that. Junk. I still ate one or two though, but it was definitely junk. I consumed some of it, but because I'm doing this wicked routine, 15 miles a day, 2-hour routine thing. Oh yeah.
I'm in a small town with no takeaways, so we cook and make all our own food.
So do I. That's what we normally do. Yeah, we normally cook, but because we had some souvenirs come in, you know, it was literally junk stuff. You know, I mean, I highlighted that to them. See, you brought some GMO stuff to us, eh? GMO? What's that? They said. Oh, you didn't know about GMO? Yeah, that's genetically modified foods. So some of the ingredients that make up this has come from genetically modified organisms and stuff. Oh, I didn't know that. I goes, yeah, that's why I don't buy it for the children. I don't buy this. This is the first time in, years that this has come into the house. 2008, somewhere back there. So they said, you don't know, I don't buy this junk for the children. Why would I said to them, why would I use good money to buy junk? Come on, man, you've got to play the game. You've got to play this Monopoly game properly, man. Use your good money to buy the good stuff. Don't buy the junk with your hard-earned cash. Yeah, so it was a family reunion like no other for them, because Jin was just like totally reminding them of their duty to live properly whilst you're getting older. Don't give up on the stuff that is easy to do. It is not a big ask to take some exercise, to eat healthy, to re-look at where the earth is. Is it a ball? Dedicate some time to that. Stop shopping, stop believing, start looking, start knowing. Can we do that? Is it possible? That way you can learn more. Yeah, you be like Jin Sensei. You can be like me, you know, and then you're going to be super healthy, and then before you know it, you're spreading the news around, and the flat earth revolution picks up pace, because it is a revolution, but it'll be picking up pace because you're spreading it around now. People will be saying to you, well, you look good. What are you doing that's different? Well, it's the flat earth, isn't it? Eh? Flat earth? What's that? Yes. Chikyu wa taira yo. Taira? Do you mean? Flat earth? What do you mean? Yes, it's flat. Yeah, they lied to us. It's not a curve. My brother-in-law introduced me to this, brought it to my attention, and I realized that I was living the wrong way. I carrying a lot of beliefs. Nothing was real almost. Yes. The real thing was I was really believing. That was the only reality there. Okay, I've just posted an image. Well, I think it's going in, hasn't gone in yet, into the live stream voice text. Yes. Wi-Fi issues today, not doing good. Rather slow. Yeah, not good at all. It's funny how you can't post. Check that Wi-Fi. I did check it just now, making sure it's in the right place. Yeah, what the fuck's going on then? Come on. Terrible. Cancel that shit. Do this. Do it again. Yeah, it's trying to load. Yeah. Interference. I'm Wi-Fi soaked. I'm surrounded by so many Wi-Fis. My one's getting blocked. Yeah. Unfortunately. But there you go. One image coming up your way if it gets there eventually. If it gets there.
All right.
If it gets there. There you go. That's me in the local park. Well, I say local. It takes me 6 miles to get there, to get to this particular one. So it's a 6-mile cycle ride. Then we do a table of exercise in the park, what we call circuit training in the military and that, circuit training. Do our circuit training. Yeah. And then a 6-mile cycle back. In that circuit training, there's a 5-kilometer run. That's a 3-mile run incorporated in that exercise routine that I do when I'm in that park. So it's a 6-mile cycle. There's a 3-mile run, periodically through the exercises. Okay. And then a 6-mile back home. Yeah. Kicking it at 61. Yeah. Hey. Don't mess with the best till you pass the test, because the best don't mess.
Yeah.
There you go. There's Gin CBR1. The integrity of the workout. I don't bullshit you people. I back up what I do. I love life. So I'm always... hang on a second. Something's gone wrong here. Stop. Is that... Yeah, it's just one. Good. I always try to put my best foot forward where I can. So all the while Gin was a heliocentrist for 46 years, I minused 7 years of my youth from being out of my mother's womb or up to school. So that's minus. So from the moment I was educated, 46 years, I always had nature as number one. I wasn't better than nature. I wasn't superior to nature. I was always in love with the earth, always. So that's why it only took me 3 minutes to realise that I'd been in error. After watching 3 minutes of the Flat Earth Clues by Mark Sargent back in 2015, December 26th, Boxing Day, I realised that I was in error. And I clicked on it, having ignored the Flat Earth material for about a year, thinking it was stupid. Who's bloody putting this shit up here? Idiots, fools. And then I clicked on it for a laugh, and I was not laughing at all. In fact, I felt like a complete head of a dick, whole of an ass, totally inadequate in comprehending the research that I had done with the moon landings and that, hadn't joined the dots properly. It was right in front of my face. So I was the fool. I was on the floor. I had to pick myself up, saying, damn, I've been in error. What an idiot I've been. It's flat, isn't it? Of course it is. Fucking hell. Yeah, I've never experienced living on a globe. No curvature, no spin. Shit. Okay? Yeah, so that's it. That's when I woke up there for this flat earth. But earth was always in front. It was never behind me. It was always my foundation. So it didn't take long for me to understand, because within that 3 minutes, all my life experiences came flooding back at Warp Drive. Military, camp, chilled, everything. Wow. Yes, what an idiot I've been. So, yeah, what an idiot I had been at that time, yeah. So 46 years, heliocentrist, 8 years, staunch. There is impossible to sway me off of that. Once you're flat, you never go back because there was nothing there in the first place. It was a deception that they was perpetrated on us from our childhood, elementary school days, and reinforced through secondary education, university education, movies, films, music, news bulletins, scientific programs, Discovery Channel, National Geographics, History Channel. You know, it was all reinforced through all that stuff. So it's easy to be caught up and be brainwashed, you see. But when you step out of all that, you're like a helium balloon, never to come down. Love it. So if you look in the live stream voice text, you will see the integrity of the Jinn CBR1 workout routine to break any man. It'll build you or break you.
I see it.
Jinn CBR1. No bullshitting, boys and girls.
That's it.
Jinn
Jinn CBR1 walks the walk and talks the talk.
That's right. And when it comes to 911, with his registration number plate 911, I drive the drive as well, mate. Yes. My registration number plate is 911 in memory of those who died in that ghastly governmental event with the military, because it was an own goal, inside job without a doubt. No Muslims who hated the freedom that you never had did that. Bush. They did this because they didn't like our freedom. They hated our freedom. They're going to be hearing from us soon. You lying scumbag, Bush. You never had freedom. Cunts. You're under tyranny. Tyranny, dictatorship, slavery is what you have now, today, as we speak. All you pussies that wore the masks. Yes, pussies you are. But yeah, a workout to bust your asses. Jim does that. I love it. Feel energized, powered up. And of course, that makes me the most ruthless flat earther you will ever meet in any server, because I will shout you down under that table and destroy you if you want to argue the toss whether the earth is flat or not. You're not fit enough. You don't do the stuff required to even take the loud enough breath to blow your speakers. You haven't done that yet. You're in deficit, especially when I walk in. Major General Jinn CBR1 pacing up my damn balled up boots, polished up like a shiny pin. You ain't doing it. Sorry. Get out of here. Start again. And bring your integrity with you, at least. Yeah, I love it. Destroy these heliocentrists. In that Gem Panda server, I've got them totally around my finger. They might mute me, but they only have to unmute in the end. I said, you got to do the right thing, because you have a responsibility and a duty to allow me to speak the truth. Otherwise, you're censorship. You're just as bad as the government. You're not inviting the flat earthers to come in and articulate and bring the truth to you. You're trying to shut it down, but you can't shut Jinn CBR1 down. I'm like a fireman's hose backed up with a tsunami. You got no chance. You better put on that flat earth life jacket, because you're going to need it. Yeah, man. So whilst I'm not in the 24/7, I am totally mashing up any other server I go to that there are any heliocentrists in there. Yeah. That's what I've been doing in my spare time, of course. Still have to work. I tell them, I tell them, I train to do this. I live for this. when you were 46 years on a heliocentric model that never existed, that is painful. I don't care what human being you are. That is painful. 46 years thinking and believing that the Earth was a globe, and it never was. I knew they never went to the moon, so I should have clocked it then, but I didn't. Still brainwashed. What an idiot I was. Didn't cross the road properly. Still dicing with the cars on the streets. Okay, but now that I know fully properly, yeah, wow, it's hurtful, isn't it? To be 46 years, to have been fooled for that long. So you better believe the next 46 years, not only will I be getting stronger as I'm getting weaker, I'm going to be getting louder as I'm getting older, yeah. I'm going to be dying very, very slowly. You better believe that. No, don't believe that. You better know that. All you heliocentrists that are in the live stream YouTube there. Huh. Yeah. Wake up, yeah? Because you haven't proven that globe anywhere. You have no evidence for it. You're carrying a belief. And a belief is nothing. Sand through the sieve. You put it in, it just falls through. It's nothing. Yeah? When you have concrete evidence, it doesn't fall through the sieve at all. In fact, you buckle and break up the sieve. The sieve now is broken because the truth, the evidence is there. Bang! The sieve is now broken. But your belief is just falling through. It's nothing. A belief is not an information, sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, yes, the integrity of your situation is that you need to revisit what you were taught, undo everything, unpack it, and reevaluate. You will find there is no globe. Yeah. Even Chat GPT is helping us, assisting us in this regard. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It has highlighted that. It has highlighted the possibility that Eratosthenes never lived. For a man from England named Jason from the family Disbury, part of the Global Lie Tour member, a man of impeccable integrity, asked ChatGPT who was the first to speak and talk about Eratosthenes. So, ChatGPT says Aristotle from the 3rd century, it mentions. And then it mentioned another Greek from the 4th century. So then Jason now is thinking, hang on, that can't be right. Hang on a second. Eratosthenes was born in the 2nd century. So how could that have been how could he been talked about before he was born? Isn't that amazing, ladies and gentlemen? The discrepancy coming from the Chat GPT. There you go. We, the Flat Earthers, have stated that this man never lived. We don't think he lived at all. In his loincloth and battered sandals, proving curvature. They reckon he proved it to what? 24,955 miles. Oh, no, wrong. Sorry, that's wrong. 24,855 miles. Sorry, yeah. That's how close he was, right? The actual number they give us, not proven, by the way, but they give us, is 24,901 miles. So Eratosthenes was pretty close. He's apparently used the sun, 2 sticks, some wells, a place called Syene and Alexandra, 500 miles apart. And he worked out that, the angles and therein. The question we asked is, how would he know what was happening simultaneously 500 miles apart? At a time 2,300 years ago, supposedly, how would he have known that? He would have had to have walked it, use a donkey or somehow. No, impossible, ladies and gentlemen. The other thing is, today's cutting-edge technologies cannot replicate. User-friendly technologies, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. These are not difficult to use, and they are unable to present the curvature of the Earth in any way, shape or form like Eratosthenes supposedly did. Today's cutting-edge technologies. And what technologies are those, ladies and gentlemen, that we're talking about? Well, we're talking about GPS. We're talking about theodolites, what the geodetic surveyors are using. When you look through those lenses, it's all straight lines, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're talking about radar. radio signals, sonar. These are traveling horizontally straight. They don't follow curves. Okay, these signals. We're talking about laser beams fired over 30 miles, 24 miles, 35 miles in Peru, Lake Titicaca. We're talking about long-range telescopes, short-range telescopes, hot air balloons, aeroplanes, ships. Take your pick, ladies and gentlemen. You won't find any curvature there with those. It cannot present us with any curvature. But a man 2,300 years ago, no technology, just using the sun, loincloth, battered sandals, is doing what we can't today with our user-friendly technology. Does that make any sense? Any? Does it? Can that be possible? Can that be right? Have I got it wrong? All right, ladies, and that's for you to discern, ladies and gents. Those of you who are in the live stream, 24-hour live stream.
You've got a fan in the main text chat, in the live stream voice text.
Oh, what's he saying? Because I'm not looking, the screen is shut down.
I don't know if I want to read that aloud.
Read it out, read it out, read it out. Come on. My screen's shut down because it's battery safe mode. So
He says, Gin is like a bad case of herpes. He never goes away. Take heed, ballers. Take heed, Germ Panda. Why did Gin cross the road? To do 1,000 quick press-ups and a 500-mile cycle before breakfast.
Well, there you go. At least I'm maintaining good health, which you don't seem to have. And as for herpes, I've never had that in my life. And I had a girlfriend who actually had herpes, by the way, actually. Yes, and I helped her to overcome the negativity of her ailment so that she's now a helium balloon herself in England, okay? So I do know about herpes, actually, and I am responsible for helping one individual overcome the stigma. So now she has self-worth and pride in herself because it wasn't her fault that she got it from whoever it was. Okay? So, yeah, and you better beware, I am like the air you breathe. I'm everywhere. Yeah, I'm everywhere. So look out, you and Gem Panda. Yeah, look out. Because the most ruthless flat earther, take no prisoners, destroy all heliocentrics, crush you underfoot, Gin CBR1 will be in your vicinity within the next airflow or so. Beware. How'd you like that? How'd you like them apples, guys?
I love your enthusiasm.
Yes. Well, you got to bring it when you spent 46 years of enthusiasm on a heliocentric model that didn't exist. I'm oozing enthusiasm for the rest of my life. When I die, I'll die enthusiastically. Yeah. I'm not going to go away quietly. No. It would be a noisy death. You see, I can speak like that because I'm planning that. I'm planning to be noisy. I'm not planning to be quiet at all. No. So that means I've got to maintain my health. So yes, I'm going to be doing those 500 press-ups, let's say. It means I'm maintaining. Yes. I'm a fitness instructor anyway. So when you're there, when you're at these levels, you don't want to lose it, do you? You don't want to lose your form. You don't want to lose that power. You don't want to lose it, even though it is eroding, of course, because, no one's going to be invincible, of course. But let's die slowly, yeah? Let's not die sharp. Boom, no. Let's cling on to what we can, yeah. Try and be injury-free, yeah. So I'm going to be one of those noisy bastard fucking flat earthers, yeah. I know the basic fundamentals, and I'll smash everyone with those. That's all we need. Don't do the universe thing because the universe doesn't exist. It hasn't been proven as a place we can go to that exists anyway. So, that's waste of time. You're time wasting there. Let's just get this curvature. And when you haven't got that, then the next step is to get on with the revolution that needs to stop the education system. Let's get that going. Yeah, then stop paying your taxes because they're wasting it on weapons of mass destruction. Don't give them your money anymore. Yeah, Because why would you want to do that? You're contributing to the demise of your family, the humanity. Yeah, so you can stop that and begin the revolution. Don't waste time in the universe for shit, because we can't go there. That's me, you see. I'm a forward, tip of the spear kind of flat earther. Yeah. Even if I lose against you, I'll still hurt you whilst you're trying to win. You'll have damage. You'll know you've been in a fight. I'll muster up my karate, my jiu-jitsu, my aikido, okay, boxing, and then my fitness, and we'll see how we get on. If you want to fight over it, if you want to do it intellectually, you haven't got it. You haven't got it intellectually, you don't have it physically. So, you know, I destroyed someone 8 hours non-stop. He didn't get a word in. Completely destroyed him. He tried to get his words in, but I was just like a tsunami. Non-stop, 8 hours. Flat Earth Dude is my witness on that. He was there. 8 hours. In fact, he had to go away, came back, and I was still at it. Because I was insulted. That's all. I was insulted, and I gave this heliocentrist 8 hour non-stop barrage of flat earth truths and the integrity of his situation. He did, and then he got his pals came in to try and back him up, and I destroyed all 3 of them, knocked them down like a wrecking ball. 8 hours. I did it 8 hours, and then a week or so later, he tried it again. 4 hour onslaught, destroyed him again. So no, please don't go there. Admit your failings, yeah, and go away and, yeah, find that integrity that you need. Because that's what you're going to need in order to become truthful. Yeah.
So anybody who is thinking logically or is being intellectually honest cannot deny flat Earth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I've given you the honesty from my situation as I learned it. I told you I was 46 years into the heliocentric model, purely through my laziness, of course, because I put it to you that I trusted them. I handed my trust to the experts. I took what they said as gospel. I didn't think they were wrong. So there was no need to check it in a way. Yeah, they got it. They got that under wraps. They got that sewn up. You know, and every time you heard they found a new Earth-like planet out in the Lagrange point stratus, you think, well done, guys. You're doing a good job. You know, you think that as you're doing your daily job and you're doing your life, yeah? You know, you're living your life. Yeah, well done. So it was the reason I was on that ball was due to myself in the end, because I should have checked it. And when you check it, it's just ridiculous, this ball. Ridiculous. Still stupid. So easy to disprove. So 46 years, my mistake. I don't blame anybody else. I blame myself. Obviously, the education system is at fault because they misled me at my childhood age, yeah. But as an adult, you know, I should have spent some time looking in. But the reason I didn't look was because I trusted the information was accurate, you see. So you carry that through. And it was reinforced, as I said, through the music, through films, through the news bulletins, History Channel, National Geographic Channel, Discovery Channel, for example. All these sites, mediums, platforms pushing it on us, pushing it on me. I'm taking it as gospel. Wasn't alerted, didn't have a skeptical molecule there to think, could that be wrong? But I tell you what, though, I think it was around 2010 maybe, or 11, when I listened to an explanation, maybe 2009, where the moon is part of the earth. Some kind of cataclysmic event happened where an asteroid hit the Earth as the Earth was forming, okay, and knocked a piece off the Earth as it was forming. It was all CGI image, by the way, Discovery Channel. So the Earth is forming as all this mass attracting mass is accumulating on the Earth ball. So it's spinning in the universe, okay, rotating, spinning. It's not an Earth. It's got no water on it, by the way. There was no water on it at this time, but this asteroid came in, whacked the Earth, knocked a piece off, and that formed the moon. By this time, I'd known that they hadn't gone to the moon. So when I heard that, I said, that's bollocks. Now, that's bullshit. That's what I said. Because that goes to validate the fact that they got moon rocks. Because they said that the moon rocks are very Earth-like, you see. And I said, that gives them a get-out clause. That was my first slight waking up, a little beep, 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 in the belief of the Earth being a globe. Beep, beep, hang on. That's not right. Because they didn't go to the moon. So this means that story, that's not true. That could not have happened. That's a lie. Bullshit. Right there. That was my first alarm. That would have been 2009, 2010. The Discovery Channel, and it was also repeated on the National Geographic Channel as well, because they repeat on these cable TV things, platforms. Yeah. So yeah, I watched that and said, no, that's bullshit. I woke up there quickly a little bit. Still thinking the Earth was a globe though. Yeah. There you go.
Well, I can say that when I was younger, I never paid it any attention. It didn't bother me. It never crossed my mind. I went to work. I worked hard and had a good time.
Yeah. That I can say the same because I was into motorbikes and that. So yeah, motorbikes, girls, the old cannabis. Yeah, I was enjoying all that. Going to concerts, outdoor live, Notting Hill carnivals. Yeah, no, I was enjoying it. I'll say that, but
yeah, and I never paid a second thought. It never crossed my mind. It wasn't until I was a bit older that, I started getting more interested in history and other things that I sort of got introduced to it, and I was open to it.
In 1988, I started looking for a Globe T-shirt. Because like I said, Earth was always in my mind, and I love the Earth. I love Earth still, and all the experience that I've had thus far through the military and cadets and that still hung with me. Do you see what I mean? So, and I'm an outdoor guy, so I wanted to go and get a T-shirt of a globe. I couldn't find one anywhere, but what I did find was ANC, African National Congress T-shirts. Free Nelson Mandela. So I bought those instead. In 1988, and then I ended up going to the concert, Free Nelson Mandela concert. So in 1988, looking for the T-shirts of the globe, I ended up getting T-shirts, anti-apartheid T-shirts. Okay, so yeah.
In 1988, I was 8 years old and probably wearing my Ghostbusters T-shirt. So
yeah, there you go. Yeah, did you have one? Did you have one in 1988? Ghostbusters would have been the movie, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know how old I was, but yeah, I definitely had one.
Yeah. I went to see the movie, but I didn't get the T-shirt. But yeah, so yeah, I'm walking around with the ANC African National Congress T-shirt, "Say No to Apartheid" and all that. Walking down the streets on my motorbike, yeah, posing the T-shirts. Didn't find a T-shirt with a globe on it. Didn't find one. There you go, And I've never owned one. But I now own Flat Earth T-shirts, which is good. Isn't that fantastic? My avatar, when you see me in the avatar there, that's me. That was in 2018 at Diamond Head. I just completed it. The fastest time I ever did it in 25 minutes. And I still had to get people out of the way to do that as well. I was still encountering people as I was running through. It's I've climbed Mount Fuji, Mount Scuba, Mount Ohira, all these mountains. Mount Scuba over 300 times, Mount Ohira over 150 times, Mount Fuji summited 12 times, but I've had 14 times attempt. So 2 attempts failure due to typhoon. No one was allowed up. Couldn't get up to the summit, and driving rain, fog, and wind. So 2 times I didn't succeed, but out of 14 attempts, I summited 12 times the Mount Fuji, Japan's highest mountain. So I've done that, yeah. So, I'm adverse to doing a good workout and working hard and, climbing mountains and that. So, and I still didn't clock it when you get your views. I still didn't clock it. That the earth is flat. Still didn't fucking clock it. Not until 2015. Not until 2015. That's when I clocked it. So climbing those mountains were fantastic. So there are many ways to prove it. But yeah.
Well, I'm out. I'm going to spend some time with the family. I'll
you go ahead, sir.
Again. Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too, sir. You enjoy yourself.
You too.
Yeah,
See ya.
Yeah. I just feel in the dead air. That's all I'm trying to do here. A little bit. I know you guys will be getting ready to come in and take over soon, but whilst we're here, I'll do my little bit. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's easy to prove this. Carried that knowledge for 46 years due to my laziness and not checking. So it's easy to understand. That's why I am very sympathetic to all those that I meet when I try to introduce them to the knowledge of flat earth. But when they make outbursts like, I don't care, why is it important? Then I remind them of the error of that outburst. So you don't care that the government that you give your good, hard-earned money is now giving back faulty goods in the form of bad information, inaccurate. So is that okay? It's okay to give good money to receive bad shit. Is that okay? Do you care now? Oh, you care now. Okay. So please refrain from those sudden outbursts when you hear something that totally clashes with your belief. Hold it down, think, ask questions before you just start blah, blah, blah. No, that's not going to work here. Told you, I'm the most ruthless, most loudest flat earther you will ever meet. I will bring your situation to you properly. You don't even know the integrity of your situation. So don't mess. But I will always be sympathetic in the outset. Why? Because I was there for 46 years. So I cannot be calling the kettle black when I'm black myself. Yeah. So when you see my avatar, you can see my avatar there. In CBR1, that is me climbing up Diamond Head to the top, sweating buckets, because I did it in 25 minutes. And I'm shouting out to everyone, the earth is flat, flat earth. Look at my t-shirt, I'm saying to them. Look at the horizon. You've got eyes, but you cannot see. Can you see it's level? There's no curvature there. How many of you have heard of the flat earth? I'm on top of the pillbox now, so I'm talking down to everyone. Because I got to Diamond Head, to the top, and then part of this crater, they built a pillbox in there where the machine guns used to be, yeah? Well, I've climbed on top of that pillbox with my arms spread out like Jesus Christ, proclaiming flat earth, as it were. I said, how many of you have heard of the flat earth? And a few people put their hands up. I said, yeah, it's flat, yeah? Have a look. Take my picture. Take a picture of the t-shirt so you don't forget. Flat earth. That's what I was doing that day. Sweating buckets. It took me 25 minutes to get to the top. The quickest time I ever did it. Okay, and then I went back down, and right outside the hotel where I was staying, the Miyako Hotel, which is a Japanese brand, okay, there was 5 Jehovah's Witnesses, trying to engage with the Japanese. So they slowed me down, and pulled me up, and I said, before you begin, I know full well about the Watchtower and your Jehovah's Witness, because every Wednesday in London, a man by the name of Frank used to come to our house right on children's programming. Okay, I wanted to watch the cartoons and that, but I couldn't because we had to listen to Frank. My mum and dad would make him a cup of tea, sit down, and it was Watchtower. Okay, so I know your stories. But did you know that the earth is flat? Look at my t-shirt. See, dare to research flat earth? Yeah, look at that. Now look at Waikiki, Honolulu, right by the beach. Look at that horizon. Is there any curvature there? Right, you might want to teach that first. You might want to know your environment. We're not a globe, yeah? And then you know what I did? I then showed them, when you've got the cluster of planets orbiting the sun, shooting through the universe. Yeah, that simulation. So I showed them that. I said, currently, this is what's going on. So I showed them on my smartphone. Can you see that? Look, yeah, look. Can you see that? That's us now, as we're speaking. Do you believe that? Are we doing that? How old are you, sir? He was 45. I said, so 45 years, that's what's been going on. How big is space? Where are we going? What about the stuff left behind? All that stuff behind us. God doesn't create waste. God doesn't waste the universe. What are you talking about here? Is that what we're really doing? Oh, can you give me a link? Yes, of course. Let me give you the link to that. And then immediately after giving them all there was 2 women and 3 men, right? And I was talking to the leader of the group, right? There's a link. They took the links. And then I said, but wait a minute. Now look at Rob Skibber's explanation of how the sun and the moon orbit above a flat earth. So I showed them that link. Now, is this not more in line of what we observe? Really? Look. Sun and the moon, there's the seasons going by, and then you'll see the sun is moving faster than the moon. So the sun, then you get your eclipse passes by. Doesn't that make more sense? You got a link to that? Yes, I've got a link to that. Of course I got. And then I linked them to like Jennerism, Celebrate Truth, ODD, Eric Dubé, Dave Murphy. You know what I mean? I gave them all those links to those videos because by this time the algorithms were starting to hamper the search, just starting to hamper the search, you see. It started to fuck us up. So I gave them the links. I said, before you teach this stuff, you want to know what Earth is, I think. Yeah? Yeah. And then the 2 women were giving me some like condescending look. And I looked at them, I said, look, I don't think I'm better than you. All I'm trying to do is give you some information that you were not aware of. That's all, yeah? So don't give me that look, yeah? Don't give me that look. It's your problem. You want to know the truth, you will look at what I told you today, or what I showed you today, in fact. You will look at that, and then it's up to you, your own honesty, your own integrity. Good luck. Giving me condescending looks. Who the fuck do you think you are? Silly cows. Do you know what I mean? Put them in their place quickly. I don't think I'm better than you, okay? That's not what it's all about here. I need you for the revolution, actually. Yeah. So then before I left, they wanted me to give them some Japanese translation because they're trying to engage the Japanese into the watchtower and that. I said, okay, first of all, the Japanese people you see here are wealthy. They're affluent. Okay. And they have a Jehovah's Witness in Japan. Okay, so you're not really going to engage these people. They're on their holiday. They're wealthy people. Look at them. They're happy. Look at the bags. They've got bags upon bags upon bags. They're shopaholics. They're shopping like crazy. They've got money. So then you're not going to help them. You want to be helping the people that don't have money. Help them get their families together, don't you? You're on Millionaires Row here. This is not going to work, you know? Yeah? Don't you think you should be helping those, the ones in the tent community, the homeless tent community? You know where they are. I've been there. I've got the photographs. You know where I mean. You should be there, helping them to get themselves together. Instead of trying to engage Japanese people who are on holiday and they have a Jehovah's Witness in Japan. They've got it. They don't need you. As such. But anyway, okay. If you want to engage them, the first thing you need to say is, excuse me, can I have a moment of your time? So that in Japanese would be, excuse me for a second, sumimasen ga, chotto ii desu ka? Sumimasen ga, chotto ii desu ka? Okay, and then the reply from them would be, hi, nan desu ka? Yes, what can I do for you? Okay, so I helped them to get them some introductory expressions to engage the Japanese. So I was there for them for about an hour and 20 minutes, all told. Sweating buckets all the way still. Do you know what I mean? Because I ran from the hotel to Diamond Head, up Diamond Head, and I was on my way back down, running back, and then I got stopped on the way. 2018. I'm 61 now, yeah? So I'm going to be 62 this year. So, always gunning that fitness. But there you go. Anyway, sweating buckets. An hour and 20 minutes later, then I went back in, showered down and that. And then the family and I, we all went out and had something to eat. My family, they're flat earthers, of course. Even the wife, 3 days ago, said, okay, Jin, I believe you. Now, that was only a few days ago. She says, I believe it. I said, no, you don't want to believe me. You want to know that I'm right. So you should be saying, yes, I know you're right because I've checked it, yeah. Not you believe me. Don't use the word believe. That was in this recent family gathering that we had 4 days ago. Family reunion. Yeah, it was good. Yes, I said to my wife, yeah, don't say you believe me. You say you know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm right because you know that yeah, good. My children, they knew. They said, yeah, my dad, he talks about this all the time because people who don't know need to know. We know, he said, so we don't have to talk about it. But yeah, listen to what my dad says because, you might learn something. Yeah. So I've left it at, the situation is currently, my niece-in-law now realizes she has something to check into. Okay, she realizes that she hasn't been experiencing living on a globe. My sister-in-law now realizes that blurting out things like, I don't care, why is it important, doesn't prove that the earth is a globe. So you need to look into that, right? And then her husband, Randy, he now realizes that he hasn't been able to prove the globe. From 3 years ago, we spoke, and even today he still can't. So he needs to engage. And in total, I've highlighted that you're all living lives that you don't care. You don't care living. Okay, good luck. That's where it's at the moment. So whenever they see me from now on, they're going to think, because I'll have whenever there's a reunion, the Flat Earth T-shirt is going to be on. That's a fact. That's what I plan to do. So, so if there's going to be a family reunion, it will be Flat Earth. And then it will be, did you look into it? Okay. So you still don't look into it. Okay. Fine. But that's how it is. Yes. I'm not stalking them because, we don't meet up that regularly. So, a few months, maybe a year can pass. Unless we Skype Skype mainly. Yeah, so the occasional Skype, and I'm not talking Flat Earth then, not on the Skype thing, because it's not a good time. But when you've got them in the room, can't escape then. Yes, and I can drop a meme on my mobile phone. Yeah, look at this. Does this make any sense? This image. What do you understand about this image? Because an image can speak 1,000 words. So look at this image worth 2,000 words. Have a good look at that and tell me what do you glean from that? What do you understand? Yeah. Let's make this conversation. I don't want to talk about shopping. Yeah, what else? What else do they talk about? Shopping, TV programs that I've never seen, bullshit like that. But look at this image and let's get some creative, cognitive processes going. Look at that. After all, somebody took the time to make this image. So have a good look. It's a good creation. Hi, go. Yeah, that's how I engage with my family now. Yeah. So, that's how it goes, ladies and gents. When you're a flat earther, a ruthless one, you'll use all methods to try and engage. I'm like a jack in the box. Coiled spring. It's a wow, flat earth. That's what I'm like, in all honesty. But I'm always gentle to those fans. Always have to be. Because they know a sledgehammer, yeah? You can't come down ruthless like that. No, you've got to be considerate, gentle, and coach and encourage is my method on the outset. But if you insult me, you'll get a kick in the jack and Danny or in your nuts and a roundhouse kick to the side of your head. Physically, verbally, you'll take it and like it. Yeah. Don't insult me when I'm trying to tell you something. Don't do that. That is a mistake. Number one, don't do that. Yeah, you're going to go into the cog dis. I'm going to allow you to go into cog dis, but don't insult me whilst you're doing that. Yeah. I'm always polite and always forthcoming with being liberal and live and let live kind of thing. Yeah, that's fine. Don't insult me for it though. Yes, and people have said thank you when I've engaged them. I've done a few on the Hangouts Live here in Japan. I did that a few times. That went down really well. And then some of the Japanese who met my brother when he came to visit, he said, you know, your brother, he teaches us Japanese history perfectly, as they're shaking his hand. Perfectly, he teaches us. And the earth is flat, yeah? Thank you. And he's shaking my brother's hand. So, yeah, wow. So that opened my eyes as well. And I'm called by some of the young university students, Jin Sensei, you are great. There you go. So I'm doing good. Not finished yet. Doing good, and I'm continuing. As I said, I'm going to die very, 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 very slowly. And I'm going to be very, very noisy whilst I'm at it. Yeah. That's me. That's my road. That's the road that I've made for myself. So I'm going to be a noisy bastard whilst I'm dying very, very slowly. Blasting out flat earth content as I'm on my walk. Yes, the earth is flat because there's no curvature, and that's blasting out, right, as I'm walking. So people will hear that and think, fucking hell, flat earth? Wow. You know? I went to Los Angeles. I flat smacked from 5 in the evening to 6 in the morning. Straight through. I had such a crowd. Questions galore. Some of them were homeless. One was in a wheelchair. And then there were other people who were working and that. And everyone was being entertained. And then, we had to eat. So some of them goes, oh, you couldn't spare me a beer. And I goes, look, I'll buy you food. I will not be buying you beer. Yeah? That's not going to be happening here, mate. You want some food? All right, let's go in. Yeah, so I got them to like roast beef sandwiches, chicken salad sandwiches, roast beef salad, fruit cocktails and water. And we had a feast as we were talking flat earth. That was brilliant, that was. Outside the CVS store in America. They're quite popular, like 7-Elevens. CVS, or is it CSV? One of them. It was nice. Really lovely food. Fresh. Everything fresh. Yeah. No GMO was bought. Not from my money. And then they all ate well, and everybody's, those who had their own money bought their own food. And we carried on talking about the questions. We're just thick and fast, looking at the memes, engaging. Los Angeles. Yeah. I showed them the flight on the globe from Japan to Los Angeles on the Mercator map. It doesn't make any sense, does it, on the globe? But on the flat earth map, now look at that. Is that a straight line or what? Yeah, okay. You see that? That's proof right there. And then those with their flat earth smartphones, I said download and subscribe to Flat Earth Banjo. Get that done right now. He's the one that's really concentrating on the flight routes versus the globe versus the flat earth map, okay? The Gleason's map. Okay, so get going, subscribe to that. He's the #1 man. Go ahead. Dive in. Yeah, put the links to them, showed them that, yeah. Los Angeles, 2019 that was. Yeah. Can you imagine? And my wife called me on the phone and goes, Jin, my son wants to have some food. Can you bring it up? I goes, yeah, of course I can. Hang on a sec. Got the food. So I had to run about just short of a mile. That's all. Short of a mile, not even a mile. To the hotel, back upstairs, straight in. Yeah, there you go. Right, lovely. Want to come outside? What about you? I'm going to go back out. So that's all right. You all right there? Okay, I'm back out. Back out like the wind. Back to where I was. Now, where were we? Right, and then I'm asking them, at what percentage would you now say you're living on a globe? Any of you, put your hand up. Tell me, what percentage? And most of them said like 80%. Most of them. Some said 50, of course. but it was like 80 and 50%. And when I asked, what's the 20%? Yeah, I've got to do some research. I goes, perfect answer. So most of them were saying, yeah, they had to look into it. The other ones goes, yeah, I'm still confused a little bit. I've still got some questions to ask. Okay. And I'm still good. Yeah, good. Great. There you go. And remember, yeah, I said to them, remember this, yeah, it's the gift of life, yeah, the gift, a gift. Earth has been hijacked by the 1%. The 1% have hijacked Earth, and now they're giving you the life they want you to live. We, the 99% cowards, are allowing them to do that. Yeah, okay? That's the current situation. We, the 99% wankers, are allowing the 1% scumbags to fuck our lives up. Remember that, and always put your integrity on the table if you're going to discuss anything. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. Don't come here without integrity, honor, or honesty. You're just going to be bullshitting. Yeah, and having said that to them, yeah, they know that I'm serious. Exactly. So you better come correct or don't come at all. Yeah, man. And it was that Los Angeles trip was fantastic. 5 days of flat smacking. I flat smacked in the swimming pool. Oh, let me tell you this one. We're staying at the Sheraton Hotel. Okay, that's where we were, in the Sheraton. On this particular day that I ended up flat smacking in the pool, we were supposed to go by Uber to the beach, you see, but we got up a little bit late, as you do. You're on holiday, and now by the time you click on and order Uber, you don't know when they're going to arrive, and then you're looking at the time. You get there, maybe we're not going to have enough time at the beach. I said, you know what? Let's go to the swimming pool downstairs. So we went downstairs to have brunch. That's how late we got up. So we didn't have breakfast. We had brunch. It was about 10-ish. Had something to eat and that. And I'm looking and I've noticed that the pool is taped up. Yellow tape all around the pool, taped up like there was a murder. A murder had happened or something. So I thought, no, okay, let's have our breakfast and brunch and let's finish that off first. Anyway, so there were some people obviously lying down on the beach beds, lying down, taking in the sun, right? Anyway, so we had that at the meal. Then we went to the pool area, set up the beach beds and that, lying down, lovely. Deck chairs, nice. Parasol umbrellas, okay, get it all nice for my wife and my kid. All right, sit down, lovely. Okay, now, I'm sitting there now, just looking at, scrolling down for the flat earth material. Any new content? Let's have a look. And then I noticed my son looked bored to tears. Completely bored. I was sickened by that look. I went, let me go and find out about this swimming pool. Why is it not in use? So, ding, 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 at the reception. Yeah, good afternoon. Why is the pool not in operation? Oh, where the technicians and the engineers, they're cleaning it up. I said to them, I've been here 3 hours. I haven't seen a single engineer. What's going on? Haven't seen a single engineer. And why didn't you clean this pool out when we were asleep? Why now? What's going on? Go and get this is the Sheraton, isn't it? Second to the Hilton. Well, it's costing us a lot of money. I'm not satisfied with the service. Can you do something, please? Yeah, okay. So then he goes into the back, and then he brings out the manageress, the manageress of the hotel manager, woman. She says, yeah, the engineers were cleaning up. I goes, yeah, it's still taped up. You've got a bunch of kids there looking bored out of their heads, twiddling their thumbs. This is the Sheraton. Yeah, let's get some movement here. We're paying you a lot of money. I want to use the pool. Come on. Banging the table, of course. She says, okay, wait a minute. She goes into the office. She comes back out. She says, the pool will be open in 25 minutes. I goes, I'm going to hold you to that time. See that? I'll synchronize my watch. If it's not open, I'm going to be here very noisy. So I went out into the pool area and I said, ladies and gentlemen, pay attention, please. May I have your attention? The pool will be open in 25 minutes. That's what they just said. And then you heard, way, way. People were screaming and jumping. But yes. And the pictures that I took that day was because of me. Everyone was having a good time. Gin CBR1 brought that day on in that hotel at that poolside. Everything you see in the images of people jumping around. I even gave a little girl my goggles to use because she was arguing with her sister. Her sister wouldn't let her have them. Hey, you use my one. Because no, I'm not using them. You use them. Let me adjust it to your head size. Go on, you use that. Don't worry. Yeah, I facilitated a good day. And I said to everyone, if you don't persist and ask as to what's going on when you pay good money, then it's your loss. Okay? Hey. And then I went on to Flat Smack, an American couple, husband and wife. Yeah, I leant on the edge. I'm in the pool. They're on their deck chairs lying down. I said, excuse me, can I have a moment of your time? Yeah, you know. And then, of course, I went through the, have you heard of the Flat Earth? The wife had heard a little bit. The husband hadn't, actually. And I said, yeah, since 2014, there's been this revival of the Flat Earth movement in that we're proving that the Earth isn't a globe. And I was with them for like an hour. Yeah, because the husband wasn't too responsive. He was responding with the narrative, the science crap that they come out with, But the wife was asking engaging, leading questions. So, yeah, and then in the end, she realized that she's going to look into it. You've brought out something very important that I didn't know. That's correct. You're going to check it good and that. Yeah. Then I carried on swimming with my son and playing games, pretending to be the shark and that. And yeah, it was a great day at this Sheraton hotel. And then I flat smacked an English Indian with his children. Yeah, he got flat smacked. He was a priest as well. Yeah, he was a priest. So, yes, I said to him, the Big Bang is just not even a thing. Not been proven. You can't prove it scientifically. It's a theory that's not been proven. So you have no right to be perpetuating that as the truth or to be thinking it's the truth when you have no evidence for it. But yet, and you haven't been able to prove the globe at all to yourself. So that's not good, is it? Let's be honest now. Yeah, it was a good day. And the photographs I took were just like absolutely marvelous. I'll post one shot from the hotel so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. I'm sure you'd like to see what it was like. Yeah, the swimming pool was just like everybody was, screaming and jumping. Jin CBO1 made that day possible. It's always good that we can do that. Yes. I've got to find it first, so sorry about this. Got to go into my collection, go like this, go into the years, scroll down to 2019. Uh-oh, that's a mistake. Okay, good. Scroll down. Yeah, I made a nice day for everyone. Got them to pull their finger out at the Sheraton Hotel. Don't mess with any flat earthers with integrity. Don't do that. Everybody having a good time there on the flat earth? Springtime? You enjoying it, guys? Weekend? Not getting any reaction from anyone. Sorry, you have to be the bearer of my energy there, but that's how I am. A loud bastard. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, okay, let's send this picture. There you go, here's a picture coming your way. Remember, the pool wasn't being used, and then Jin CBO1 steps in, gets everything moving. The oil in the machine. Yes. There you go. One little shot there. Oops, Daisy. Yeah, there's another one more. I'll give you one more, just to tease you there, like that, you know. Yes, there you go. Nice. Okay, yes. Okay, there you go. Okay. Yes, that was Gin's day, that one. I created that day there. The pool was shut, but I got them to open up the pool and let the kids play and that. It was really good. I've got pictures with my family and, you know, my wife and other people, but I didn't want to put that in there. I try not to post pictures of my family on the Discord because, you know, you do get some silly people, not you lot, but some people tend to make silly images and that, you know, and that's not good. They do that because they're jealous, 1, 2, they haven't got a life, 3, their globe doesn't exist and we've destroyed them, you know. So they want to try and destroy what good you have, but they don't realise that they're showing their weakness and their inhumanity. That's all they're doing. Further sinking in their toxic quicksand of shit that they live in. Yeah. They can't bring me down. I don't go down. No. I'm that thing that you push down, but I'm back up again. You push it, I'm back up again. You push it, I'm still there. It went that way, but I'm still here. Yeah. Even when you sworn you killed it, I'm still here. Bastard. But that's flat earth for you, you know? That's what it does. It wakes you up. So there you go. Live stream voice text. Little images there. Try to be good. Oh, how do you feel about King Charles getting crowned? Really, King Richard III, as the Irish call him, I've got no interest at all. Zero. The interest I did have was when I was a young boy growing up. I was in the Army Cadets, of course, you know, and the Queen Mother was our honorary colonel. So I belonged to the unit known as London Scottish 235 Westminster Cadet Company at Regency Street, London Southwest 1 HQ. And regularly we used to go to Wellington Barracks to do our marching and our training at Wellington Barracks. And the Queen's mother was our honorary colonel, okay? So I did have some interest in the role at that time, being in the Army Cadets. And then in my 20s, 21, 22, 23, I joined the Royal Engineers. So, you know, the Royal Engineers. So you can see that I still had some interest there. Little, minuscule. When they were talking about going to war and stuff like that, I said, look, unless, because I was in the Territorial Army, what would be known as the Home Reserves in America, if you will. The Territorial Army, and that was part-time. When you're in the Royal Engineers now, you're learning how to bridge build. That's what we were doing, bridge building and things like that. Artillery a little bit. But the royal thing, when they were talking about war, I said, unless we come under fire here at home, you will not be catching me going to any country and start killing. That's not going to happen. That is not what I'm here for. Defending the home ground, yes. You come to my house and want to blow my hand up, blow the land up in England, I'm going to defend. But we're not going to go to other countries and start calling mayhem. I'm not going to be doing that for the Queen. The Queen is not my Queen in that case. That's what I said. So as for the King Charles getting crowned, I have no interest. It's got nothing to do with me. He's not a relative of mine. I have no bloodline there. I have no link to that. I am more royal than him. I am more royal, full of integrity than he is. What integrity does he have? He has less integrity than I have. Huh? Perpetuating the boogie in the air that's going to come and get you. Go get the needle. The earth is a spinning ball. Go and fight for me, kill innocent people. The man is lower than me. The King Charles is less than me. He's the shit that I'm walking on. Come on, man, wake up. I don't see him as anybody. And if I put what I said to you to his face, and I'll use the word integrity, honor, and honesty, I'll say, what part of your atom, part of your body can claim to have any quality of this kind of quality? Can you associate yourself with integrity? Can you associate yourself with honesty? Can you associate yourself with honor? I don't think so, yeah? No. So, I have no interest in the crowning of a scumbag liar. Sorry. That's what that is there. No, thank you. And I'm glad that I left the military and not engage in any war where I would have ended up killing innocent people on their land for some queen. I'm glad I didn't do that. So glad. Absolutely. Absolutely. You are all kings and queens in your own rights. Absolutely. We are all royal. I remember, right, when I was in secondary school. Yeah. Because I was in the cadets by now, okay? And it just dawned on me, we was having a debate about politics, and suddenly, the royal family was there, and then it just hit me suddenly. How the fuck did they become royal over my family? That's what I said. Hang on, sir. Yeah, how did they become royal? How did the royal family become royal? No answer, of course. I sat there thinking, and I said, I know how they became royal. They become royal because they bullied and took the land of the people. So they stole it. That's what happened. That's the only way they could have got it. They stole it. They used their armies and that, who supported them, to kill us and take our shit. Yeah, that's how they got it. That's how they became royal. Because I'm sure the people of the land didn't say, you can be my king and you can be my queen. They didn't say that. No one in their right mind would say that. So that's how I came to the conclusion how the royal family became royal all across the flat earth. Still thinking it was a globe back then, by the way. But that's how I came to that conclusion, that they stole it. It wasn't given to them. They stole that. They stole that, calling themselves blue blood. So yeah, man, that's how that works. We are all royal. No one is more royal than me. Yeah. So I'm not watching the event. I didn't watch it when Queen Elizabeth died. I didn't see the hearse. Still haven't seen it. It's gone. Didn't see the hearse. Didn't see the procession. Didn't see any of that. Haven't seen the procession now. Haven't listened to the coronation and nothing. That's gone on without Jin's participation or looking in. Nothing to do with me. Totally not interested. Humanity is in trouble, and you've got idiots, out there now thinking, yeah, I'm going to wave my little Union Jack. Good luck. Yeah. BBC News, I heard a bunch of people who were against the royal what do they call this one? Pomp and pantries and this shit. Yeah. They said in a time when the economy is down and everyone's feeling the pinch, how can they put this on? How can they put this on? It doesn't make sense, they were saying. People are finding it difficult, heating bills, food bills, losing their jobs, bankruptcies, things have gone wrong and this is going on. No, it's outdated, old-fashioned, shouldn't be happening, some people have said. Yeah, I heard all that. I was in line with those people, yeah. Yeah, man. So, yeah, kings and queens. Get out of here with that nonsense. Sudden death, that's on the increase. Sudden death from what's happened is on the increase. They don't report that, do they? No. So if you look in the live stream voice text there, you'll see some images that I posted. Good days, of course. The one with the swimming pools, that was due to Gin CBR1 initiating and getting the hotel staff to get their finger out and open that pool. How dare you close the pool? Tape it. You know why they did it? I think they were running a skeleton staff and they didn't want to open the bar up and have it all kicking off. You know what I mean? So they were trying to make out that they were doing some engineering. And I said, I've been watching for 3 solid hours. I've had brunch. I hadn't seen a single engineer. And by the way, plumbing is my forte. I fixed the toilet in our hotel room. Yeah, the hotel room that we had in the Sheraton. When you flushed it, the water just kept flushing. Do you know what I mean? That's not good. You can't sleep with that going on. And it was just a sticky stopcock valve where the ball and stopcock was so much resting against the side of the water tank, it couldn't return. So we just bent it back, got the angle right, and there you go, fixed. Put the cover back on. There you go. So I'm fucking repairing their Sheraton hotel. I've had to do that a few times, actually, when I've travelled in the Americas, Hawaii, Saipan, Guam, Los Angeles. I've had to do hotel repairs. Yeah, literally. Yeah, man. Yeah. But I don't mind. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go and call out the staff because they're going to take forever and then you've got to wait around for them. So I just take the charge and take the lead and repair it. Then there was a time when we had a hotel room, the smoke alarm system. When the battery's running out, they start beeping. Beep, 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 beep. And that's going on all day long. Fuck that, I took the battery out, of course. We had 2 rooms, joining door. So I took the batteries out of those. Yeah, done. Shut that noise out. Then when we left, we put the batteries back in. And then I made a note to the staff. I goes, the batteries are worn out in your smoke alarm. There's an annoying beep, yeah. But I took the battery out, so I didn't have that annoying beep. That's what I said to them. Yeah. I'll sit there with a beep going on all night. And then another time at Guam, we stayed at the Guam Plaza Hotel. Now, this hotel slowly running down because 2008, we had the Lehman shock financial crash. And ever since then, tourism has just plummeted. So the Guam Plaza Hotel, the Pacific Hotel Guam, that was it. The Pacific Hotel Guam, their customer base had dropped, had fallen off the flat earth, completely gone. It stank in the hallway. The carpet had a stench that the only thing you could do, you couldn't fumigate this carpet. You'd have to remove it and get rid of it. So the hallway was stinking. Fuck. What's going on here? Shit. Okay, it wasn't, it was the Pacific Hotel Guam. But because it was a good hotel, but because they hadn't had the clientele over the years, there was a stench on every floor. I checked on the floors. No good. Okay, so it's not just our floor. All right. Anyway, so I had to go and get, for the first time, so let's have a look. That was 2000, that would have been maybe 2013, let's say. No, 2012 maybe. So we got all of 13. So maybe 20 odd years I hadn't bought a spray of any kind. From the 1980s. I am buying this to freshen the room and that fucking hallway. And what I did was spray it into the air conditioning ducts. 2 canisters. So that would pump out this nice aroma. And then I did it in the room and I had to do that. Freshen it up. Fucking hell, that was terrible. Okay, clean up. So and then the actual hotel refrigerator was an oven. You know what they did? They'd switched it off and then removed the button. Dismantled the button, so removed it so you couldn't adjust anything. You know what? I've got a survival knife, a Japanese version of the Swiss Army knife. It's got a pair of pliers, so you've got that brass knob which the button slides on and a little screws onto that knob. Well, I took the knob, turned it round to the left, and the fridge came on. Lovely. Got the ice box, got that working. Excuse me. Done my wife's room as well. Yeah, lovely. 6-member family on holiday. Yeah. Yeah, so we got the fridge to work, put the drinks in. Yeah, nice. When we left, we switched them off again. Yeah. So I've always been the customer that doesn't waste electricity when I travel. So when I go into a hotel, back in the day, years ago, I always had the lights off, locked everything and turned off. Don't leave everything on and just walk out. That's just wasteful. I've never done that. Ever done that. Never travelled and wasted someone else's electricity. Because you do realise that the hotels have a running cost. So why increase their running cost? Why do that? So I've always been that kind of customer. If I didn't use too many towels, I'd leave a sign, do not disturb, everything's fine here. So they didn't have to change anything. Don't have to change the bedding. Because if it's hot country, you don't really sleep in the bed. I sleep on the bed. It's warm. Don't even have to go in the bed. No point. Fucking warm, innit? Yeah, so I sleep on the bed. Don't even go in the sheets. No need. So my room is immaculate. My room, immaculate. Nothing's missing. Just a couple of towels. That's it. Done. Go next door now to my wife's room. So there's me and 2 kids. And it'll be my wife and 2 kids. Go next door now it's a fucking nightmare. It's like a bomb's gone off in there. Okay, I can see you're doing well here. You come to my room, peace, quiet. That's the military side of it, the training. Everything in its place. Nice. No messing. So they had to tidy up my wife's room, of course, because she likes to spread out everything. And I like the things neatly in their places. So when they come to us, it's my room, nothing. There's 2 towels. 2 towels, please, exchange. That's it, nothing else. I say, have a look. Oh, yeah. And then the occasional rubbish bag, because the bin fills up. There you go, rubbish bag, done, thank you. Rubbish bag, thank you, empty one, good. Put it in, that's it. So they have an easy time with me when I'm travelling around the flat earth using the hotels. I've never been the customer to waste electricity. So obviously, going back to the Pacific, the Guam Pacific Hotel, the reason they took all the buttons off the refrigerators is because they were losing money, of course. So they don't want the customers to waste their money. They're having a hard time. They're not getting the clientele. So it's the running cost was beating them. So they had to turn all that down and to reduce electronic costs. I don't blame them. I could understand. Because people who have gone to these hotels in the past have gone out and left all the electrics on. Terrible. Yes, I've never ever done that whenever I've travelled. And then I've noticed over the years that when you go into the hotels now, over the years, you have your hotel key. When you put the key in the lock and the doors open, all the lights come on. Then when you shut the door, the lights go off after a short period, boom. So they've employed that mechanism, that system in certain hotels around the world. Yeah, good. Yeah. So that's brilliant, Or you put the key in the lock on the door, open the door, and then there's a light switch where you put the credit card key in there, and then all your lights come on and you leave it in. Then when you take it out, the lights go off and yeah, fine. That's cool. But before all that came in, I always switched off the light anyway. Didn't go out and leave the light on. No, never done that. I've never done that since the 1960s when we had blackouts in London due to the coal miners going on strike or not having enough coals to run the generators to give us the electric. So we had that. That happened, I think, 3 times in my life in Britain. So that leaves a lasting memory. So you make sure that you don't waste electricity. You just don't. Once that's happened to you, it's ingrained, isn't it? So I was always, everybody out, okay, turn all the lights out. Bathroom as well, okay, let's go. Lock the door and we go. That's it. But that's the life, yeah. So when I've travelled around the world, I've always been that economical customer. On the flat earth, thinking it was a globe. I hope you're not being bored. I hope I'm not boring you guys, because that's not my aim. It's purely entertainment. I know the people in the live stream are paying in the live stream voice text, and I posted the gin, super duper, life boosting workout in the park exercise. You do this with a bike ride as well on top of it, and you'll be super fit. A super duper, super fit flat earther, ruthless, take on all comers, destroy all comers. Yeah, that's me. And the pictures of the swimming pool was me getting the Sheraton Hotel staff to open the pool, stop playing lazy buggers because we want to use it. Thank you very much. And a good day was had by all. I've got more livelier pictures, but I didn't want to post them because my family are in them and I don't want to do that. So I'm posting just what there is. But nice. Yes. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, man. We're living large, we flat earthers, and our numbers are increasing daily. Yes. So much so that 2 years ago, not this year, last year, the universities in Japan, when they're learning English, their English textbooks that they're learning English, because they're Japanese, but they're learning English, it's stated that more and more people are becoming flat earthers each day. And that is a revelation and a half. Here in Japan, that is encouraging. That a Japanese English textbooks that looks at anti-vaxxers and looks at flat earthers, and at the end of the text, and the article, it stated that more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. Wicked. Yeah, man. I love that. So yeah, be advised, you heliocentrists in the live YouTube live stream. We're growing in numbers each day. We're reaching that tipping point. We're moving towards it. Yes. And when it tips in our favor, you can't help but slide our way. And if you're going to be rude along the way, you'll meet my fist as you slide past. Smack, flat earth. You get a flat earth, flat smack as you go past for being for denying the truth. Yes, I love it. The tipping point. The scales are going to be tipping in our favour. It's already in our favour. The earth is indeed flat. That's self-evident. It's just the people will be coming our way. At the moment, you're all on the scale, on the seesaw, on your side. Everybody's on your side. And we're still up in the air at the moment. But we're coming down slowly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. More and more people are waking up to flat earth each day. And I'm never going to stop talking about it. Wherever I go. I stop in a cafe. Flat earth. As I go into the cafe. I might be in that mood. Just shout out. Flat earth, everybody. Good morning. It's a flat earth. Those of you who want to ask questions, you can ask me in a minute. Can I have 2 eggs, sausages, toast and marmalade, double mushrooms, double tomatoes, 5 eggs, please, and a glass of water? Yes, a flat earth. Good morning. You see, I can be that loud in a cab quite easily. Yeah, why not? I've just woken up everybody there. Good morning, and I'm saying flat earth. That's all I need to do. Start that ball rolling. Yeah, no curve. Exactly. So you scream out flat earth in the calf. You think, yeah, the earth is not a spinning ball. There's no curvature, yeah? It's a flat earth. I know you didn't realise that. Excuse the loudness of my voice, but I'm trying to wake you up, yeah? Sorry, madam, can I have 5 eggs? Yeah, double mushroom, double tomato, 2 slices of toast, marmalade and that on that, yeah. Glass of water, thank you very much. Yeah. Breakfast. In a cafe. I can do that like that with ease. No problem. Yeah, 5 eggs, yeah. The idea that eggs are going to give you high cholesterol is absolute a myth. Cholesterol is your best friend, and eggs are a good source, okay? It turns out it's the reverse. Cholesterol is not an enemy. It's your friend, okay? So, yeah, whenever I used to go to the cabs, I would always order 5 eggs because I don't eat bacon, so I'm going to have 5 eggs. I'm going to have beef sausages. I'm going to have a double mushrooms, so that 1 portion, a double portion of button mushrooms and a double tomato. And I used to have orange juice at the time. I don't have it now. But back then I'd order a glass of orange juice and marmalade toast. Yeah. That's what I used to eat because I was always training hard and that. Yeah, man. And I'd eat it quick. Black pepper, a little bit of vinegar, and away we go. Hey. Yeah, man. 5 eggs, no problem. Yeah. I'm a Muslim, so we don't eat pork, you see. That's the thing. So unless they're beef sausages, I'm not going to have the sausage. It'll be beef sausages, no bacon, of course. That's what we call an English breakfast. Yeah. English breakfast. So, yeah, man. So I can easily go into any cafe, and shout out flat earth, and I will be received. I know that. I know that. I'll apologise for the outburst, of course, but I said the reason I'm doing that is just to wake you up. Now, you may go away and carry on not caring, but when you hear flat something, you'll remember flat earth. And you will remember this black guy telling you about the flat earth in the cab this morning. You won't forget that, I don't think. Yeah. So easy to get everybody on the page. It's what we should be doing. That's correct. So for those who are religious, yeah, and I do mention that fact when people who ask the biblical questions, I say, yeah, absolutely. Where's the curve? And in the Bible, it states that the earth is flat. It doesn't state that it's a ball. Yeah, it's a circle, yeah, but when we say circle, it didn't say sphere, did it? A circle is flat, circle. If it's a sphere, then the grammar, the language, the word is spherical, and the earth is not that. We cannot live on a sphere. Impossible. God, the creator of the earth, didn't create a sphere for us to live, because you can't live on it. People would be upside down. It goes against natural law. It's just totally not natural. But yeah, the Bible does mention that. And I do mention that fact when someone talks biblically, because I don't throw the religious angle at all. I throw what we can observe and what we can actually test and experience first and foremost. And then when people don't go religious, then of course. When I say the creator, God, it then triggers them, of course, because no man made the earth. So obviously. Yeah, that's a good point. Fantastic point. And that's what I say to them. Where's the curve? Where have you seen the curve? And then people start jumping out. I saw it from an aeroplane. I said, well, that would be a mistake and that would be incorrect, what you've said there. Because one, Neil deGrasse Tyson has clearly stated that you would never see curvature from 120,000 feet up. That's 24 miles off the Earth's surface. You're not seeing curvature there. An aeroplane, domestic aeroplane that flies on your domestic holidays, jet passenger airliner, that's flying at 5 miles or 6 miles at the most. That's it. Okay, and you're not seeing any curvature there. And we, the flat earthers, we're at sea level telling you there's nothing. We don't find the curvature there. Okay, right. And then if you're going to say you saw it because maybe the window facilitate that, I say no, it didn't do that either, because I'm a motorcyclist of almost 50 years. Let's have a look. So 45 years, let's say, 45 years, motorcyclist, 46 years. When I wear my helmet, the curved visor is tighter than the curve on that window on the fuselage. And when I look through that visor, I can read the street names, door numbers, traffic signals, all the signs, the road signs, perfectly without distortion. If there was distortion, the helmet wouldn't be sold as a safety helmet. It would fail the British standard of safety for helmets. So no, you're not seeing curvature from any fuselage window, because the window is less curved than a motorcycle visor helmet, okay? And the window is designed for you to see and enjoy the view without distortion. So don't lie there. Not even the window is helping you. You never saw curvature. Stop lying. Don't lie. Told you I'm the most ruthless flat earther you'll ever meet. When you do that, I'm going to come down heavy with all the facts. You know, like a load of rocks coming from a high point. Rocks, that's all information. All those rocks are facts. And all I'm going to hear is silence. That's right. Shouldn't hear a single word from you. Or, you're right. Yeah, I never saw curvature. That's it. That's the integrity. Thank you. Then CBR1 does it again. Destroys the heliocentrist who wants to lie about seeing curvature from a plane. Super. Yeah. Yeah, that's totally impossible to see curvature from an aeroplane. You'll never see it. If you can't see it from 120,000 feet from the Earth's surface, which is 24 miles, you're definitely not going to be seeing it from 6 miles, 5 miles in your aeroplane. And we, the flat earthers, who have gone out there now with our high technology, cutting edge equipment can't find a single degree of curvature at all at sea level. Where did you see that curvature? You're not even seeing it from the Kármán line, 60 miles up, just in case. Auguste Piccard, back in 1931, I think it is, 31, German went up with his friend in a bathysphere, helium balloon attached. Didn't see the curvature of the Earth at all from that, and that was like 9.5 miles. We'll call it 10 miles just to round it off. Okay, nothing there. So 5 miles, 6 miles, 10 miles, 24 miles, 60 miles, no curvature to be seen. Where is it? Where is it? Do your very best to bring it forth. Come forth with it. Yes, I love that one there, the Glober's Dilemma. What to do? Yes. Which way to go? Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, we're winning this this debate, discussion, slagging match, battle. We're easily winning it. Samuel Rowbotham, Charles Johnson, two of the most famous flat earthers that lived. They're rejoicing now at this generation of flat earthers. They're just rejoicing. Yeah. We are the champions. Yeah. No professor, no cosmologist, no theoretical physicist, no physicist, no astrologist, no cosmologist, no professor, no scientist. None of these individuals can prove their globe. None of them. None of them. In fact, in cosmology, they are now, in the last, when I say now, in the last 7 years, let's say, they have come to the conclusion and the realization that Earth is the center. They're calling it of the universe. The universe doesn't exist in my book because we can't prove that the thing exists. We haven't been there. We can't measure it. We don't know if it exists. So I don't like that word, but that's what they say. Earth is the center of the universe. We don't live in a universe, ladies and gentlemen. We are the center of life, period. Fuck the universe word. We have no right to be using it. We don't go there. We can't see it. We don't know it. We don't know those distances. Right. We are the center of life. End. That's what they are coming to realize now. Yeah. With their scientific method. And also, ladies and gentlemen, as a flat earther, myself, personally speaking, I am redefining all the language that the scientists use. So when they say something's a theory, in my book, that means it's not been proven. It's an idea. That's all it is. It cannot mean it's our best guess and we're going to go with that. No, that's not allowed. So I say to you, when you hear the word gravity is a theory, it means it hasn't been scientifically proven. When you scientifically prove something, it is then the truth. It is not a theory. It's been proven. So anything that's not been proven remains a theory, and that's all it is. It cannot be considered to be the truth. The truth is, it is a theory. It is not proof of anything. It's just an idea. Okay? Right. But the scientists like to say, well, science proves nothing. Bullshit, don't lie. We can prove certain things with science. And when we don't prove something, we say it's not proven, it remains a theory. That's it. An unproven theory. We must use those words. An unproven theory. When something is proven, it is no longer a theory. It's a fact. It's a scientifically proven fact. It's the truth. That's how I roll, ladies and gentlemen. How do you like those bananas and apples and pears? All right. Yeah. So when they start talking their science nonsense, I am the helium balloon flat earther that's above that, listening to them. I'm not in there. Then I just want to hear the end result. Is it proven? Is it a theory? Oh, okay. So it's an unproven theory. Okay. So it's just a theory. It's not the truth. So you don't need to take it to heart and start living by it. Thank you very much. That's how I roll, ladies and gentlemen. If it is not scientifically proven, then it's not proven, then it's a theory, it is not the truth. And that's where gravity is. An unproven theory. It is not real. In Japanese, it's kasetsu. Kasetsu this. That's all it is. Kasetsu. Theory. And a theory is not true unless you prove it to be so. And then when you prove it, it's not longer a theory. It is a fact. Right. So let's stop messing about with the English language here and tripping everybody up and they're all falling down the same pothole in their drones. No. Put the safety net up and let's clean this place up and say, right, if it's a theory, then it remains a theory because it hasn't been proven. That's where it's at. If it's a fact, because it's been proven scientifically, it's a scientific fact, well, that's the truth there. Fucking hell, we've got some facts here. It's the proof. Thank you. We move forward. It's not a theory. I don't care what the scientists are telling us. Telling us a lot of shit. The earth is a globe. It's not though, is it? Right. So that scientist should be just fired. Shouldn't even be a teacher or a scientist. Okay, I hope you're enjoying this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just firing us up, keeping the engine running, keeping the oil lubricated on all the parts, so we're ready to fit and attack and defend, block, strike, fact, block that theory, strike with the facts. Yeah, keeping us limbering up. We're limbering up. Keeping us nice and nimble, ready to change action or direction at a nanoseconds moment. Yeah, that's us. We're that razor sharp. Sharp as a knife, sound as a pounder, bright as a light. Yes, a live wire indeed. Yeah. So I hope you're enjoying this kind of motivational, spiritual uplift through Jin CBR1's Flat Earth World. Flat Earth Reality. Hope you're enjoying it. It's a different brand, but there you go. I like to mix it up a bit. Yes, gravity. You got to laugh at it. Can't see it, can't touch it, but it's there. Just like the globe, yeah? You can't see the curvature, but we're on a curving ball. Can't feel the spin, but we're spinning. 1,038 miles per hour at the equator. I think it's 500 miles or 600 miles in England. You know what I mean? You know, it's there. Ridiculous, isn't it? You just can't see it, but it's there. They're upside down, but they're not upside down in Australia, you know? Everything to the centre of the core that we don't know. Oh yeah, and speaking of the core, ladies and gentlemen, the deepest hole that's ever been drilled, 1972 I think it was, roundabout, it took them from that time onwards, it took them 20 years to drill this hole. It's only 7.6 miles, 12 kilometres, 7.6 miles, that's it. Okay, and for that whole distance, the predicted encounters that they were supposed to be encountering, you know, they predicted they were going to meet this was going to happen, we should be at this, but they got it wrong all the way. Everything they said they were going to encounter was wrong. And if they were wrong for 12 kilometers, 7.6 miles, how can they tell us that there's molten core at 4,000 miles deep into the Earth's supposed ball? How would they know that when they got it wrong for 7.6 miles? You know, scratching the surface of the Earth's crust, supposedly. And they got that all wrong. But they want to tell you there's molten core metal in the core of the Earth. The core Earth that no one's ever been to confirm there is one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's called the Kola, Kola, super borehole in Russia, 7.6 miles, 12 kilometers. Look it up in the Wikipedia. Kola super borehole, and you'll get all the numbers and the statistics. How many times the drill broke, had to remove that drill again, start drilling again. Yeah, it took them 20 years. And the drill still failed. That's why it only got that far. 7.6 miles. And that 7.6 miles is the exact same depth as the Mariana Trench in the ocean. The same distance, same depth, the same. 7.6 miles. Isn't that amazing? So you can almost say that the Mariana Trench is that's the base. That's it. That's as far as we are. So we can say that the Earth, flat earthers, we can honestly say that it's 7.6 miles in thickness. We can say that, can't we? Because we've drilled that far. 12 kilometers thick. Okay? So we have a thickness at Russia, at least. Got that much we can claim. Yeah, we got that, yeah? So that's nice, isn't it? Do we have a shape? No. Well, none of us know what the shape is. Do we have horizontality everywhere? Yes, we do, don't we? There's a lot of horizontality going on, and then a lot of vertical plumbing going on, ladies and gents. Because without it, we couldn't build a building properly. Yeah. Without horizontality, we couldn't even build our buildings vertically plumb. Okay, so we've got a lot of that going on. Yeah. And that goes against a globe ball Earth. So when I mentioned GPS, if you took the locations, this one was 1,830 odd miles away, 2 buildings. The distance from the top of the building and the distance at the bottom of the building were the same. So the foot of the building at the entrance of these 2 buildings, 1,830 miles apart. The entrances, the distance, and then the distance to the top on the roofs were exactly the same. That proves that there is no globe going on there, because if it were a globe, then the distance at the bottom, the entrances, would be the same, would be a standard, but the top would be different, wouldn't it? Because the curvature would be factored in. So the curvature between the 1,830 odd miles, there'd be a curvature there. So the top would be different from the bottom, but they're exactly the same, plumb. Vertical. There you go. No curvature to be found using GPS, ladies and gentlemen. Modern day user-friendly technology, proving no curvature, but yet Aristophanes, a Greek in a loincloth, battered pair of sandals, having to walk these 500 miles odd. 2 sticks, the sun and some wells. Angles proving the Earth's curvature. Absolutely ridiculous. We can't do that now. So there you have it. Okay. I just want to reiterate that, reinforce that one now. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it has been fantastic, flat, level, beautiful. If there are any globers around, that wish to have any questions, please come into the server and ask them. Or otherwise be advised, you're living on a flat, stationary earth. There are government agency documents in this regard, to this regard, ladies and gentlemen. Government agency documents, government agencies. What agencies are these? KGB, CIA, NASA, all the other space agencies, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, all there, and also flight instructor manuals from the instructors themselves who are going to teach you how to fly the plane, for example. In these documents, it states that the earth is flat and stationary. Flat and stationary earth. It's what it says. Okay? It states that if you're going to fire a weapon of mass destruction, missile and alike, or fly an aircraft, you need to consider earth flat and stationary. Question. What would I need to consider earth flat and stationary if I'm living on a ball earth that is spinning? That's a mind fuck. Because I would need to consider the curvature of the earth, of course, and then the rotation of the earth, because as my projectile or my aircraft is flying over this curved spinning ball, then the target is going to be moving. So I would need to consider that. Stationary and flat has no place in a spinning ball earth. That's a mind fuck. Definitely. Unless, ladies and gentlemen, the earth is level and flat. Then indeed we need to consider that. So we don't crash and try to follow the curvature or factor in the curvature of the earth and then hit the wrong target and kill innocent people with our horrible weapons that I don't like, that they're using, that are a waste of our money. Do you understand now? Make sure you consider it flat and level. Yeah, can you see that? Plausible deniability there. Keeping us on the, making sure we don't make that mistake. Those government agency documents exist. Over 150 of them. Isn't that amazing? Why would those documents exist if we're living on a spinning ball earth? There's no need to be thinking flat and stationary. What's that got to do with the price of tomatoes and bananas? Exactly. There you have it. So I put it to you, the integrity of your situation, those of you who are listening in the live stream, 24-hour live stream YouTube there, YouTube live stream, you're listening up. The integrity of your situation is you don't need to be considering earth a ball if you're on a flat earth. Do you? And you don't, and if you're thinking you're on a ball, you heliocentrists, and you have to consider earth to be stationary, that's a mistake, isn't it? Right. Because you're on a flat earth. Throw away the ball. It does not exist.
I got a question to ask.
Yeah, please ask.
Listen, it's not flat earth related.
Oh, okay, go on then.
I'm really scared.
Ask the question.
I keep thinking about God like 10 hours a day, dude. I can't stop, and it's freaking me out.
You're thinking about God 10 hours a day. And what kind of thoughts are you having about God for the 10 hours?
Because I used to have thoughts of fornication. Or I do, and I try to suppress it. And it's fucking really messing with me right now. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, are you with a life partner at the moment?
No.
No. Okay, well, there's your problem. Simple, isn't it? You need to go and get yourself a life partner, that's all.
Okay.
Go get yourself a life partner. Preferably someone who's awoke, to the flat of truth, who cares about the earth, she has self-worth, so she knows her worth herself, and then you're going to have good babies, good children, and you're going to have a good life. Simple, really.
Yeah, but where are you going to find a God-fearing woman, too, right now?
You can go and you can download the Dave Weiss, Flat Earth clock, and there you can locate Flat Earth people, go out and find them. Or dating agencies, advertise yourself. That's it, put yourself about. You need to do some legwork. That's how. Put in the time, put in the kilometerage, put in the mileage. Get it done. Then you won't have thoughts of God and fornication. You'll have thoughts of God. Thank you for a beautiful flat earth, God. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the air we breathe, the fruits and veggies, the animals, the life, everything. That's what you'll be doing as you live on the flat earth and enjoy and rejoice. You see? So put yourself out there. Yes, go outside. Exactly. Go outside. Get out there.
So I might start. What is a healthy religious way to eat?
Well, I mean, obviously eat what you like first and foremost, your favorite foods, as long as they are healthy. That's all.
Yeah, but what's healthy now?
Naturally made, not GMO. So not naturally made from the creator. Then you can't go wrong. Employ juicing. Juicing is another way of introducing some of these lovely foods. Some of them may not be to your liking through taste, but when you juice them, combine them in juices through a juicer, and you consume that, you've taken all the nutrients, the enzymes are going in. So liquid juicing is a good way of eating fruits and vegetables mainly, and then meats and fish later on. It's up to you. Don't overcook anything. Heat from a slow cooking is best, I find. Bring it up to the heat slowly. You might give it a mad rush towards the end. Yeah, intensify, then bring it down. And then, boom. Bursting with energy, and then you consume. Consume your herbs and spices are a must. Antioxidants abound, herbs and spices in your food every day. Brilliant. Garlic, take it in. So it's just what you like, eat it, and then keep an eye on the portion, the amounts you eat. And regular exercising, vitamin D outdoors, that's it. So eat what you like as long as it's natural. That's it. Simple, really. Don't have to go too deep into that. Eat all your favourite foods, as long as they are healthy ones, naturally made. Great. Steam your vegetables, don't boil them. If you boil them, drink that water that you've left behind. All your nutrients are in there. Make that water a soup. So when you boil everything and then you throw that water, what a waste. And I used to do that back in the day. What an idiot I was. Back in the day, that would be when I was in my teenage years. And it wasn't until I had this girlfriend, her name was Sharon, half Irish, half Scottish, and she was talking about her dad when he used to make the soups from the leftover water from boiling the veg. And I said, did he? And all the time thinking, fucking what an idiot I've been. So when I said, did he? At the same time, I said, what a cunt I've been. All right? Yeah. I said, did he? Really? Yeah. So I said, fucking idiot I've been. Didn't let her know that, but yeah. Didn't tell her that. I did eventually confess that, I used to throw the water away. What an idiot. But yeah, when she told me, I went, really? Yeah? Right, I'm going to do that. That's what I'm going to do now. Yeah, of course. But yeah, I used to throw away the water. So what I did was, really, ladies and gentlemen, killed the vegetable. So the vegetable was devoid of nutrients, low-calorie mush, and then all the nutrients and the valuable water I threw down the drain. What a head of a dick, honestly, when I look back. What a hole of an ass. I don't do that now, but that was back. That girlfriend was so from the, let's have a look, beginning of the 90s. That's when I stopped that. There you go. See, I can do all my time-related events. Yeah, conversation I had, back in the 90s, I can pinpoint that, and that gives you a timeline as to when Jin stopped throttle of the vegetable. Yeah, okay, it's easy. So it's easy to eat healthy. It's down to you. Eat your favourite stuff. Steam where you can. Juice where you can. Yeah. And then obviously, I try to avoid dairy. Dairy is a killer. It's linked to breast cancer in women, prostate cancer in men, osteoporosis, brittle bone disease in the Scandinavians as well, okay? Where your bones are shattered because dairy robs you of calcium. So eggs are nice. Eggs are fine. It's the cheeses and the milks and the yogurts to what I refer to. Being a fitness instructor, studied diet and nutrition, and I've got lots of information from nutritionists with facts, papers, documents. So it's not an opinion or it sounds right position. It's a position from data. That's all. But, when I say avoid it now, if you had a yogurt in a month or 2 yogurts in a month, that's fine. That's not going to kill you. It's not going to rob you of much calcium. Okay? But if you're having a yogurt every single day of the week, and then you're having the milk on top of that, and then you're doing cheese, and then you're in fucking trouble. Okay? But the occasional cheese sandwich, once a month, once in 3 months sort of thing, the odd yogurt here and there is not going to destroy you. Moderation. But if you're going to be doing this, your yogurt, wallop, and then later on you're having your cheese and that, lovely. Scottish mature cheddar, slowly with the knife, on a Rivita crisp bread, brown mugi, wheat germ, with some tomatoes, onions, lovely, and some grapes. Well, that's a healthy option right there, isn't it, ladies and gents? Yeah, see, that's fine. But that has to be occasionally. It can't be an everyday thing.
Jens Burr.
You're going to be in trouble. Yeah.
I love you.
You're going to be, thank you very much, you're going to be losing calcium so quickly, faster than you can replenish it. And you have an acid buildup. And what happens when you have an acid buildup in your stomach is that the body then leaches the calcium from your bones to neutralize the acid buildup, and then you piss that out. So you're pissing out your calcium and all the acid, all gone. And that's what you're doing, you see. So you don't want to do that. So you want to eat these dairy stuff occasionally. Yeah. But the eggs thing, that's fine. I mean, you can do an egg a day every day. That's not good. That's the cholesterol which you need. Helps for your cells, you see. Cellular rebuild is reliant on that cholesterol. So the eggs are lovely. Raw egg, poached egg, sunny side up, omelettes, yes. Do them. Beautiful. I like the poached, the boil, and the raw. The occasional omelette, of course. And when I do an omelette, ladies and gentlemen, I do a really fancy Spanish omelette. It's got broccoli, it's got carrots, it's got onions, it's got garlic, it's got green peas, it's got potato, of course, and then you've got the egg itself to bind that all together. Jin's Spanish, what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for here? Extravaganza Spanish omelette is one to die for. Homemade. I'm a champion at that. Champion. I do a very mean to die for Spanish omelette. Green peppers and red peppers are also included. Yeah. Wow. And then when it's served, so you serve it, when I serve it cut out a triangular piece. So I slice it into like 8 pieces, take out one piece, lift it up, put it on the plate, boom, big plate, that thing on its own, beautiful Spanish omelette on its own, sitting there, a little bit of herbs sprinkled on top. Then you can have a salad dressing if you like, or nice healthy salad dressing, or you could have the British HP sauce a little bit. And when I say sauce now, I don't mean cake it all over the actual omelette. No, it sits on the side of the plate there in a little puddle, little circle, 1 inch in diameter, 2 inch at the most. And then you dab and eat. So you introduce a slight flavour in there. And all the explosions going on. There's an art to it. And you shove it all in like a monster. Get out of here. Although I do that. But yeah, I slice it down, dab. Isn't that nice, eh, boys? Yeah? Girls? Yeah. Yeah, man. Nice bit of garlic. Oh, that onion was good there. Broccoli, yeah. Yeah, that's why it's called extravaganza. It's extravagant. The basics omelette, all you get is potato, green pea, and some onion. That's it. Nothing else. That's the standard Spanish omelette. But gin Spanish, you get some carrots. You get your garlic going in there. Of course, green peas. You might even be lucky to find a sweet corn in there. Cool. Yeah. That all comes in. And when you cut it through with your knife, and it's a party every time. Every mouthful is a party going on. Feeling hot. It's a carnival. Wind your body up. Wind your body down. Feeling hot. Yeah, every mouthful is a carnival. That's how I cook. That's how I eat. That's the best way. Yeah. So eat natural. Eat all the foods you like. Get them all natural. And then heat management is the order of the day. Because heat can kill. So you manage that heat. Yeah. Get the best results every time. Don't panic cook. Don't rush cook. Take your time. I surprised all my friends. All my friends were surprised at my cooking prowess. From the 1980s was when I started cooking and inviting my friends round. From the 1980s, okay? And they were surprised and blown away when they first ate African food, and I was nervous. I was a nervous wreck.
I got a
The
question
reason
for
why I
you.
was a nervous wreck. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think the tribulation has already started
What tribulation? What?
from the
Yeah.
Bible?
Are you talking about the trials and tribulations that we're under now?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you were born into it. It's advancing at a faster rate as technology advances, okay? But you were born into that, okay? Yeah, definitely. No doubt about it. I was saying about me being a nervous wreck. The reason I was a nervous wreck was because I was ridiculed during my my late teens. Let's have a look. Mid-teens. I got it wrong. Not even teenage, no. Elementary school days, that's it. I invited my brother's friends to our house to eat our food that my mum cooked, okay? And because we Africans eat with our hands, because that's what we do with our dishes. Some dishes you eat with your hands. Some dishes you eat with chopsticks if you're Japanese. Some dishes you eat with your knife and fork if you're from the West. We Africans, we eat with our hands, okay? They enjoyed the food. They licked their fingers, okay? They licked their fingers. These are my brother's friends. So I'm, in fact, older than them by just a couple of years. That's all, okay? And we're elementary school days. So in the 6th year, so the last stages of, we're about to start secondary school. We used to go to the play centre. Anyway, so we invited them round to come and eat here, dinner. And then we went back to the play centre, okay? And you know what? They started taking the piss out of our food. Right? To the point where I was embarrassed. At one point, I was embarrassed because they were slagging off our food, the colour and the way it looked and everything, taking the piss. But they ate it good. They licked their fingers. They were full up. They asked for more. And they ended up taking the piss out of our food. They eat with their hands. These African, and these are Jamaicans. These boys were black, Jamaican boys. Okay? And they were going around saying they eat with their hands.
I got a question for you, Jensper.
Man, taking the piss. Go ahead.
Did you take the sorry, can you go to chill chat?
Yeah, I will do in a minute. Let me just finish off this little short story because I'm nearly there. Right, nearly there now. Right. So basically, you know, I got embarrassed first, and then my embarrassment turned into anger, and me and my brother beat them both up. Right? Beat them up. They had to run out of the play centre in embarrassment. And then I said to those that were laughing at them, laughing at the story, I said, "Don't you lot eat fish and chips with your hands?" Right. So what's the problem? You eat fish and chips with your hands. So we eat our fufu, chicken, and sauce with our hands. What's the problem here? Oh, okay. Right. And they learned a lesson. You know that, just because the Africans eat with their hands, it's not wrong. Okay. Right. So what's the problem? What's the question you got? Just ask it. What's the question?
I don't want to ask it here.
Why? What's the problem? What is it? What kind of question is it? What's the straightforward question?
I can't say in here.
What kind of question is it? What's the topic matter? What's the topic matter? Or the subject matter?
I can't say it in here.
What? You can't say in here the subject matter?
No.
Wow. Okay, let's go to the chill. Where's the chill in this thing here now? I can't. Yeah, I'm going into the chill. You want me to go to the chill? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let me go to the chill if I can find it. I'm not getting... Yeah, you see... I'm getting a load of question marks. Oh, I've got it. I found it. Yeah, I found it. Okay. Come on now. I'm not locked out, am I? What's going on, man?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
I'm singing.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Picked on me, said the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the 20.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak. Debunk my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
You tell us, where is the curvature, that sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff, because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot to curve, something like 66 foot of drop, with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's Ireland. All around, it's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that. Because, people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. And being as water doesn't curve.
Water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
And so not just gravity.
No, not just gravity. Kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured,
practically used to be as such. Where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. We're using an example of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the length of the curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all costs.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved
Yeah, the bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, yeah. Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon? Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something. It's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is.
Something seen.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go for the Google definition because now you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible, or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question, like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm going to piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
It's not actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
wait,
so.
quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it's appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself, because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see the consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
That's the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah. How do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
He asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question, is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good, because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with, so you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind, but, anyway.
I get that, but the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call. 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me.
I know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
No, I shouldn't go.
I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why I call you a sophist.
The subject is done.
You're specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
that's just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. If they've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, the smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't what
I've seen
stupid people do
plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has nothing. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is correlated
proven here tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim, no. I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
Oh no, I am disabled. Do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like, it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop
I'm attractive and I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women can be great if you meet good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly, the moon must be very far away. We're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
But let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking at the surface of the curve.
There is the things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, no, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
directly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high do you need to go to see the curvature, April?
Many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends.
You are saying now.
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what.
It depends. It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh. You think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how lake it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely. There are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people saying about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
Do you believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
How people...
That's a false equivalence.
Man-made
theory is not nature.
April, how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't.
And what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK? That hills, what you have hills in Scotland. Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations. Sorry, different. Not elevation. What the fuck's it called? Different.
Yeah, I go to one hill.
Wait a second. It's latitude.
I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, And I'm 200 meter above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meter in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking, Yo-Yo Smasher, that's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world. Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
but it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based
yeah,
on
of
the
course,
the moon
tides
is.
more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea that there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance a photo. It's like 275 miles, you know, and then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Okay.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
What's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I didn't know that.
So there were actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect big changes
Stop
in
with
the
your
end.
stories. If you want to present
I'm just gonna
for
mouth you
something to
not.
support
It's
your
that
belief
simple.
system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are
This
not
is just
here
a
to
fact.
listen to your
Tides
nonsensical
never reach the
stories
same
and your
height twice.
belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because
is my
booties
favorite thing to
curve.
do.
What are you on about?
So if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being affected by gravity.
Yes. No.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yes,
Here's the
no?
thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving in gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So
Because
it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not
I'm
a
getting some
sphere,
clarification on what you're saying.
it's
Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked
of
about whether
things.
oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would
It's like
curve
talking to
around its
children.
surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't a sphere, so your question
Okay, so what is it?
invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We
Well,
can
how
observe
do we
the
know?
effects. We don't directly observe
Well,
it.
that's
we
what I'm
indirectly
talking about.
observe
One
it.
of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It
Okay,
is.
so how big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate radius
curvature has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe
use it as a premise in your argument.
Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great, but enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic, whatever you can do. But does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, bearing in mind the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly.
You don't want it?
1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it will. Are you kidding me?
At a 1 foot observer height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra 1/10 or 2 of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal. Doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface. So, it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyway, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My airtime?
That's what you have the airtime for. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means of the logical.
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how
I
can
can't
you
even,
know?
how
can
can
you know?
Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them.
They're
in
not
like
too
a
large.
laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking patterns of the stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah,
again.
and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
so something
anywhere
away from the
but
surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up, and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it, given the dimensions you've claimed we should? It's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it. The main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this? Yes.
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you
it
cannot
is irrelevant.
See.
It's a false equivalency.
You cannot see directly.
Okay, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant.
This is a false
equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a picture. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science. There are still questions.
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
When people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do
into
they typically
space.
mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not
been
what
in
they
space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still
that.
low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same
models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
So you have NASA saying they don't have the technology to do that anymore. The technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, they don't have it anymore. But then you hear your ex-president say they're still using the same technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, which is their current excuse for not being able to go past low Earth orbit. Now keep that in mind.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on space station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys. And the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. And let's have a look at their reaction when being asked about going past low Earth orbit.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Please? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this, but you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
Keep shooting.
All right, well then I go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay, well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like it, did you?
Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Owens. Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot. Oh, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out? Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Yes. From the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but if you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense, and you can talk till hell freezes over, and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm?
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand and say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but
if you
penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay. As an independent producer, okay, we're heading out. Doing that is against moral ethics. Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the Black House. Don't get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope. Want to call the CIA? Have them whacked.
Now, you would think that these guys would be falling to their knees to swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. You think it would be something they'd be proud of, but that's not their reaction. They're acting like criminals with something to hide, like someone who just got caught lying or cheating. But anyways, as I was saying, out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they've seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. And that is why every rocket or shuttle launch that you've ever seen in your life on TV always curves off because there's a firmament. There is no place to go.
Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
What's up, everyone?
What's up?
You changed your avatar, huh? It's not a kangaroo. What is that?
Yeah, it's a guy holding a sextant.
Oh yeah, I have to flip the phone upside down to see it right. All right.
You know, to get the horizon, like you got to be upside down and use a sextant.
You guys, yeah, we're right.
That's what it look. That's what it would look like if you were up there and you look down. That's exactly what it would look like right there.
What's up, Timbo? Yeah, you're at work, huh? Yeah, Helio's gonna restart the live stream. Oh, it's midnight over there. Okay. For sure, for sure. It's breakfast time over here, man. 8 o'clock in the morning. Matter of fact, I gotta go run to go get some.